Zoom is not a very popular with a lot of people nowadays.
Yeah.
Hey, James, are you able to talk, Mr. Vasanti?
Yeah, I've got my mouth full, but I can talk.
Okay, we're getting there, right?
Perfect. Just try to check your audio this time. There we go.
Sorry, just eating a power bar.
Okay, thank you. Just check in on you.
Bonnie, I'm passing.
Just gonna back.
Do whatever you need to do.
And that's good.
What's that? How can I watch? What did you? YouTube. Uh-huh.
Is there a link in that email?
Yeah, there is.
Okay, I'll look at that.
Yeah, the one I sent you, you can get onto it in YouTube.
Okay. Wiggle around.
Joe Kraybacher.
Joe, thank you for joining us.
There we go. Yeah, got it.
I'm 1 minute early. No,
Focus
I'm
on the
actually
meeting.
19 minutes late.
About that, yeah,
I put down 4:59 next to your name.
but maybe not. Try doing it on my phone too.
Okay, let's see if I can name you correctly this time, Joe.
Yeah, my phone number that I'm dialing in on is the 970-300-0123. Unfortunately, I don't have a camera connected to my my computer in the office, which is where I'm at.
Okay.
And so, generally, what I'll do is I'll at least join through the computer and call in on the landline. So that's what I'm
You
up
can take
to
it, play with it
today.
Okay.
See if we ever get it for next week.
Do you use us on both when you're doing both computer and landline?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. There was some rustling. Can you say that again, Bonnie?
When you're using both of them on the last few meetings, did you lose us on both audio from your phone and your computer?
Well, I didn't turn on the computer audio because that's the same, whatever, the same audio that I use for my landline. So it was what I kept dropping on was the landline.
Okay. So hopefully, if we have issues, we will probably we'll wait and have you disconnect and reconnect again. And I have a couple IT guys here in the room to help us if anybody has issues this evening. So we can hear you loud and clear right now.
You guys ready to start? Who is Wayne?
Wayne is the architect for the project.
Excellent. And thank you for joining us. Waiting on one person. It's 5:02 p.m. Tuesday, the 16th of June. We need one more person in the room. We'll begin shortly. I would estimate we will begin at 5:05 p.m. Apologies for the delay.
Who are we waiting for, Jeffrey?
Leslie Lamont, staff.
Got it.
Leslie, you ready to tape?
No. So, Andrew, I have this. I want to pull these two up.
Actually, if
Move the participant screen. Thank you.
You guys look really on time, ready to go.
We're ready to go. We're waiting for you.
All fine.
And who's Riley Timmons?
I work
Brenda?
with Bendon Adams with Chris.
Is Chris on as well?
Okay. Now,
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent, Chris. We're waiting on one participant in the room, and we will get started. So appreciate your patience.
I don't think I got that agenda for the Zoom meeting, you guys. Was it sent from you, Bonnie?
Yeah, it's sent from you.
Oh, can I go to the website?
No, you have a unique link for you. I just sent it to you, Leslie, check your email.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Jeffrey.
You fine?
You have no fault insurance, hon.
This one,
We work together.
There should be a click here to join that first link.
right there.
Jeff, do you mind if I,
I'm sorry, what?
do you mind if I say something real quick to the attendees?
Please.
To all of those that are watching in as an attendee, you will have an opportunity to speak when we get to public comment. In order for Jeff to call on you, you must raise your hand, and then he will call out either your name as it shows up, or if you're on the phone, he will call out the last 4 digits of your number, and he will unmute you to comment. If you are on your phone, in order to raise your hand, you must hit *9. That will raise your hand. After you've spoken, we request that you lower your hand so we don't call on you a second time, just to make things a little bit smoother. But that will be how public comment works, and I'll give you a reminder on the hands for both phone and Zoom when we get there again.
Raise this seat. Okay.
You guys all ready?
I'm almost there. Okay, so share screen.
We are recording.
Excellent. Good evening, everyone. It is Tuesday, June 16th. This is the regularly scheduled meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission of Pitkin County, Colorado. It is 5:06 p.m. Apologies for our tardy start. This is our every fortnight meeting. The first Tuesday of the month is generally strategic, and the third Tuesday of the month is generally caseload. Tonight we have one item on the agenda. This is a public meeting. It is a public hearing. I appreciate the the participation of Chief Rick Valentine, Captain Jason Lassiter, Wayne, the architect with Stryker, Dennis Murray, who is a board member, Riley Timmons with Benson Adams, and Chris with Benson Adams. In the room, we do have a quorum. We have Jasmine Tiger, Monty Thompson, myself, Jeffrey Woodruff. On the line, we have Joe Krabacher, Jim Bashansi, and Chelsea Clark. We have the only missing P&Z member is Zach Matthews. At this point in time, I will take commissioner comments, and I'm going to start with a disclosure which went into your packet, which is I have met with the fire department in 2019. That is the last page of the packet. I have no continued financial relationship with the matter being discussed, nor any interest in the matter being discussed. So mine is a disclosure, and again, is in your packet, and it was delivered to the Assistant County Attorney on April 21st, along with the Head of Community Development, and it is in line with the standard of communication and protocol for citizen boards. At this point, I will take commissioner comment unrelated to this evening's agenda. In the room, Jasmine's no, Monty's no. On the line, I've got Joe, Jim, or Chelsea, unrelated to this evening's agenda.
I'll just make the comment that Zoom worked much better this week than 2 weeks ago. Don't know why.
So I will make one commissioner comment, which is in my backyard this morning, I was happy to see huts for vets in the backyard, which is a large tent. It includes wilderness therapy programs, and it's for vets who've had trauma as a result of service. So as we all talk about our little data points that indicate what's it look like getting back to normal, I would like to thank Paul Anderson again for hosting vets in Old SNOWMASS today. So it's beautiful to see that return to the Valley. Planning staff comment unrelated to this evening's agenda. Cindy's on the line.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Sorry, it took me a second to get online. I just wanted to let the P&Z know that we will be starting our public outreach process on growth management on the 25th, which is next Thursday, a week from Thursday. And we're excited to be starting that process and have quite a number of people already interested, and we'll keep you up to date on that process. Thank you.
So at this point, it is a public meeting, it is a public hearing. If anyone wishes to address planning and zoning or county staff, again, unrelated to the Aspen Fire Protection District, location and extent review, and permit request.
If you have your hand raised, that's how we will call on you. Again, if you're on your phone, *9 is how you raise your hand. If you're in on your computer, your hand will be in the bottom center of your screen.
So I have a Mr. Kurt Hinderberg. Would we like to call on him?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Kurt.
Hi, this is Kirk. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, racing back to my computer. I am a resident of North 40, and I am also on the board out here. Commenting today on the fire department. Yep.
So Kirk?
Yes.
And this is for everyone, I apologize, I should have said this. The county staff will make a presentation that will be followed by Chris Benden on behalf of Aspen Fire Protection District, and then we will open up to public comment. We always open to public comment unrelated to this evening's agenda. If there's anything, again, the public wants to talk about that is outside of what's actually being considered this evening. And so we would love to hear from you, but can you wait until after the staff presentation and Chris's presentation?
Okay, I will lower my hand and raise it back up. Thanks.
I apologize for that. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Leslie, but I want to make one comment, which is this evening there's two recitals, two resolutions that are to be considered by planning and zoning. One is a location and extent review. The location and extent review came into place in 2010. It was put into place actually June of 2010, so exactly 10 years ago, by the county commissioners in order to make sure that even quasi-governmental entities had some level of review in their process. So one of the public comments, for example, was they can just do what they want. Well, that's not the case. So location extent review looks at the conformance of the application relative to the master plan. The master plan that's applicable this evening, and Leslie will go into it, I'm sure Chris will as well, is what's called the West of Maroon Plan, or the WAMP. And so again, the location extent review, any proposed structure must be in conformance with the applicable county comprehensive plan or master plan, which in this case is the WAMP. The LNE may be undertaken with any other applicable county review process. So again, this application was originally to be considered on April 21st, 2020. At that point, the community development director did not sign the finding of no significant interest or state interest, and therefore the applicant had to do further work to get to today's meeting. That is a quick summary of the LNE. I want to add the information required by the applicant for the location extent includes, again, the compliance with the applicable county master plan, the WAMP, and they also must provide a site plan which shows existing condition, the proposed development, the footprint of proposed structures and improvements, grading, utility lines, easements, water drainage, existing vegetation, topo with 2-foot contours, setbacks, a footprint of all proposed structures, and existing and proposed roads, driveways, and parking. So that is an LNE review which we'll undertake tonight. So there's two resolutions in the packet. One is for LNE review and one is for the actual building permit approval or disapproval. And one last thing is, generally, this body's reviewed actually structures for first responders this year. Generally, they only go through a location extent review. It's one-step process. We did, in the last 6 months, look at a fire station and housing in the county. This, however, did not meet, again, FONSI, and so the additional information, which would include the proximity to the state highway as well as the navigation interests, meant additional hurdles for this application. And with that, I will turn it over to Leslie Lamont, Senior Planner.
Okay, hi, Leslie Lamont, Caseload Planner and Community Development. So I'll just fill in a little bit of the hole that maybe Jeffrey left during his review, his summary of the review process that you are in. I'll talk about staff's recommendation. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the proposal itself. I think the applicant's team will do a better job than I can do. And as we noted, Chris Benden is on the line representing the Aspen Fire Protection District, and there's other team members who will make that presentation for the fire district. So the applicant is the Aspen Fire Protection District. They are proposing to construct 17 dwelling units for volunteer firefighters and a 34-space underground parking garage. The district proposes to construct this project on their property at the Airport Business Center, which is behind the existing substation. The property is approximately 1.5 acres. In 2006, the district received approval to develop the substation out there, and then in 2016, the building was upgraded for Pitkin County Dispatch. So on this very crude little map that I created for all of you to orient you, here is the property in question. Here is the intersection of the primary ABC road. Some people refer to it as Baltic Avenue. Highway 82, the airport is over here. This is the substation that was constructed after the 2006 approval. And this portion of the property back here is where they are proposing to build the housing. This is the CMC campus over here. This is a vacant parcel that is covered in the WAMP. This is a park, neighborhood park, and this over here is the North 40 housing that was developed prior to 2006, went through approval processes starting in 1996. And then all of this land to pretty much the east of the property is what's referred to in the WAMP as the Airport Business Center subdivision. And here's the gas station, you know, that's right here, and Roxy's Market is right here. One housekeeping item for you all. At the end of today, I received referral comments from APCHA. And Jeffrey, you have a copy, but Monty, there's a copy for you if you can hand that to Jasmine. This will go into the record, but I just want to read, I'll just read for you what APCHA's recommendation is. APCHA supports ASPD's employee housing project. After review, APCHA staff recommends giving the ASPD the flexibility to categorize the units as resident occupied while basing each unit's maximum monthly rent off of the qualifying household income or income category. Per ASPD's request, APCHA will qualify each renter household through its normal application process. And I have included a condition of approval that a covenant shall be recorded that deed restricts these units for essential employees. So as Jeffrey kind of walked you through the process in this, the district is a special district, and they are a political division of the state. The review process for this application is location and extent review that requires the P&Z to find that this project is in compliance or not in compliance with the applicable master plan. That master plan is the Western Maroon Creek Master Plan. That plan was adopted in 2013. As well, a finding of no significant impact must be made by the Community Development Director, or the project must obtain a permit. Now, I need to differentiate here. What we have before us is, well, let me step back. The Community Development Director did not find a FONSI. She felt that the project is, she made a finding that the project is of significant impact, and therefore the project must go through a permit review. That permit review is different from when someone submits an application for a building permit. That building permit application is far more in depth with county building codes, et cetera. But the code calls this a permit review. So the director has determined that a FONSI is not appropriate, therefore a permit review is required based upon Chapter 12 of our code. Also, the project is located in areas of state interest. It is located in an area around an airport, an area around an interchange involving arterial highways, and an area around a rapid or mass transit station. So again, because this is considered an area of state interest, the project is subject to review based upon Chapter 12 of the Land Use Code, which is essentially the county's 1041 regulation. So the Board of County Commissioners is the review and permit authority for areas of state interest. So the P&Z has one resolution that is related to location and extent, and then the P&Z has a second resolution that is making a recommendation to the BOCC regarding the areas of state interest and the permit review. When staff determined that it was not appropriate, that this project was not appropriate as a FONSI, staff requested additional information from the applicant. And one of those items was a level 2 traffic analysis. And that information came in, I think, the beginning of May. So I just want to walk through with the P&Z the WAMP, as we call it, or the Western Maroon Creek Master Plan. So there's a couple things that are applicable to this project within the WAMP. So this project is within the Airport Business Center activity node. And The guidelines from the WOMP state that except where noted specifically for applications to the ABC subdivision, the following guidelines apply to all properties within the activity node. So this project is outside of the ABC subdivision. So with regard to design, I need to collapse that, there you go. With regard to design, the following height limits should apply. This is directly out of the WOMP. Outside of the ABC subdivision and outside of the 200-foot setback from the Highway 82 right-of-way, structures are limited to heights allowed in the underlying zone district. The underlying zone district of this project is public, and the height limit in the public zone district is 28 feet. The maximum height of this project is proposed at 32 feet, with solar panels and mechanical equipment, which could add roughly another 7 feet and 6 inches on top of the roof. That is from the application, the additional 7 feet and 6 inches. The roof design of the project is flat, so it is a flat roof project at 32 feet. As you all know, that's not how we calculate height in the county. The other guideline out of the WOMP is articulated roof lines should be utilized. A roof line should not appear as a continuous linear plane. The applicant contends that they are consistent with the maximum height standards because maximum height for a building with a gabled roof is measured to the midpoint of the roof, which is 28 feet. And the rest of the roof to the top of the ridge is additional structure that exceeds 28 feet, typically by 4 more feet. Therefore, the project is no taller than a gabled roof project. However, our code specifies for a flat roof that no roof point shall exceed the prescribed height of the existing or finished grade, whichever is lower. Therefore, the proposed height exceeds the height allowed in the underlying zone district. Also, in comparison to the surrounding neighborhood, the maximum allowed height in the North 40 neighborhood is per the PUD approval that approved the North 40 neighborhood. And including but not limited to neighborhood compatibility, and including but not limited to the neighborhood compatibility and the adjacent zone district regulations. That's out of the North 40 approval. The maximum height allowed for the airport center subdivision, which is on the other side of this project, per the WOMP, is 28 feet to the midpoint, 30 feet to the peak of the roof, or 28 feet for a flat roof. Now that's the airport business subdivision. But as we note in the WOMP, a little bit further down here, policy I-1 states, given proximity to residences and high visibility from Highway 82, development should be designed as a collection of small-scale buildings designed to be compatible in terms of mass and height with adjacent residential structures. So that's why in my memo for you, I looked at the allowable height of the North 40 neighborhood and also the ABC subdivision. So as well, again, this policy talks about development should be designed as a collection of small-scale buildings designed to be compatible in terms of mass and height. So when we look at scale and mass, when we talk about sizes of buildings, we talk about scale and mass, and the county code uses allowable floor area to define what the mass and the scale can be on a property. In this zone district, the public zone district, the county uses a floor area ratio, and in the public zone district, the floor area ratio is 0.5. The floor area for the airport business centers in the airport subdivision, the B2 zone, the floor area ratio is 0.36 to 1. And in the North 40 residential area, the application does point out that the floor area ratios range from 0.49 to 0.7. The townhomes range from 0.54 to 1.62. And in 1996, when the North 40 was originally approved, and this parcel was originally part of that North 40 subdivision, parcels that are greater than 1 acre, 1 to 3 acres, the allowable floor area was defined as 0.6 to 1. This project, the application contends that their floor area ratio is 0.65 to 1. However, they are exempting the underground parking garage from their calculation of floor area. And within the urban growth boundary, only garages that are associated with a single-family home or a duplex residence are exempt from floor area. So if you add in the 20,000 square foot underground parking garage with the rest of what is proposed on the site and what is existing on the site, they have approximately 62,000 square feet, and the proposed floor area ratio is 0.97 to 1. So, let me check my notes. So with regard to the WOMP, with regard to height and mass and scale, staff finds that the proposal is not consistent with the WOMP based upon the height, and the mass and height is not compatible with the floor area and the maximum allowable floor area and heights with the surrounding neighborhood. So, like I said, when they submitted their supplemental, they also submitted a level 2 traffic analysis. And we looked at the WOMP policies with relation to transportation. And there's quite a few policies in the WOMP that relate to transportation, and I have them here for you on the slide. I think there's like 8 or 9 policies. So GR Fielding, our public works engineer, he looked at the traffic 2 level assessment. He looked at the application, and he made recommendations for this project. He made various recommendations that are mitigation measures for this project to be included in your review. And although I talk about it in this L&E portion of the memo, those conditions of approval as recommended by GR are found in your resolution regarding the permit and the areas of state interest. So GR recommends that the access to the parking structure should line up with Totterdown Road. It's not clear in the application submittal. There is a rendering that shows the alignment not lining up with Totterdown Road, and then I think there's a drawing that shows it lining up with Totterdown Road. It's just not clear. The sidewalk should be extended to the west to connect to the existing sidewalk along Sage Way. Bicycle parking should be incorporated to enhance first and last mile connections to the raft of BRT stops. A final parking plan should be developed. The county is recommending $100,000 to be put in escrow or other similar means towards future transportation improvements. GR feels that this would be a fair, proportionate share for this application to pay towards future improvements. It would help with newer improved intersections at Baltic Avenue, Highway 2 and Sage Way. It would help to aid the development and operations of a future transit circulator route. And it would also help to pay for additional snow removal needs due to increase in footage of sidewalk for Pitkin County Road and Bridge and complexity with on-street parking. Finally, GR recommends that on-street parking shall be at large and signed no overnight parking. So as I explained, you have 2 resolutions before you. You have a resolution from staff recommending to the P&Z that this project is not in conformance with the WOMP based upon height and scale. And then you have another resolution that you are making a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners for permitted areas of state, in that areas of state interest. In that resolution, staff is asking P&Z to make a recommendation of approval, and then staff lists a series of conditions of approval that could help this project mitigate the fact that they're not in compliance with the WOMP as well as the parking and traffic mitigation measures as recommended by the engineer.
So immediate questions for Leslie, for staff. This is a public hearing. I'm looking at any commissioner comments that are pressing. Otherwise, I'm going to turn it over to Chris for the applicant's presentation. Chris, you have the floor. Chris Bendon. And we're working on unmuting you. Give us 5 seconds.
I got it.
Chris, you're on. You're
okay.
Good.
Thank you very much. Chris
Chris,
Bendon.
before you start,
yes, sir.
Before you start, so the set that we currently have, are we going to have your presentation on the screen here as well?
No.
Yes. Riley will be driving that. So, Bonnie, if you haven't already, if you can provide Riley with the controls so she can share her screen.
And Chris, in our packet, all of the drawings are from December of 2019. That's the most current set?
Yes. Yeah, the submission was early January, so that is the current set that you have in the application. There was a supplement that Leslie mentioned that was in early May regarding the transportation study.
Thank you. But there's no civil drawings per se?
There's a civil report that addresses grading and drainage, but there's not.
There's
I
no
don't believe there's a. Yeah, there's not a civil. There's not a civil set.
Okay. Chris, is all yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. Chris Bendon with Bendon Adams on behalf of the applicant, the Fire Protection District. I will be going through the presentation, and then following my presentation, Rick Ballantyne, who is the fire chief, will be making some comments, followed by John Ward, who is the president of the board of directors for the Fire Protection District. And thanks again for meeting during this strange time that we're all in, now that we're all getting used to doing everything by Zoom. Okay, Riley. So you're familiar with the neighborhood and the context there surrounding properties, and we can go back to these if you want. Okay. This is a next one is a closer in view of the property. So Leslie mentioned that the substation there, the fire station at North 40, was developed some 15 years ago or so, and with an expectation that the back half, the eastern half of the property would be subsequently developed with affordable housing. Next page. This is a view of the property as it exists now, as you have turned off Sage Way and you're now on Front Way, kind of going around to the back of the property. You can see the hose tower there on the far right of the picture. That is a good reference point for the project, that the hose tower is at 34 feet tall. Okay. Just some existing conditions about the property. The property size, just under 1.5 acres, zone public. And as I mentioned, went through the BOCC approvals in 2006 for the substation that you see there. And that master plan, that approval outlined the dimensions and so on for that substation. It did highlight the subsequent development of the eastern half of the property was expected, and those dimensions would be changing. Okay. The substation is 2 stories. There's an 18-foot front setback along Sage Way. If you haven't been in the station, there's a meeting room in there. There's an office. There's a deed-restricted residential unit. There's 6 bays for emergency vehicles. It's about 15,600 square feet. And that building is 28 feet tall. And I mentioned the hose tower is at 34 feet tall. Okay. So I want to back up and talk a bit about housing need. APSHA shared with us some slides. So this is from a regional housing study that was performed, I believe is in 2017, but it is the most relevant and most up-to-date and comprehensive piece of analysis out there regarding housing. And it's actually pretty eye-opening stuff if you like housing studies. But a lot of this is kind of reinforces things that we already know. So all the little bubbles, the dark bubbles are locally employed residents, and the lighter shade, that kind of peachy color, is the employed population, employment population. So what it shows there is that Aspen has a very small, dark bubble, meaning there's a lot of in-commuters. So 64% of the jobs are filled by folks that are coming into town and live outside of that immediate region. So no surprise there, we all know this. Okay, next slide. The study had a series of questions that it asked for both employees and employers. And I pulled out a few from the employers because I thought it was very relevant to what we're talking about here. So this first one was, what are the primary challenges you face in recruiting and in retaining employees? And you can see kind of across the board, lack of available affordable housing was the strongest answer by far across all the different types of businesses, sizes of businesses. So again, no real surprise there. Next on it is transportation and then childcare. And this really mirrors what we heard from firefighters. So this is nothing new. Again, you've probably experienced this both as an employee and maybe as an employer, certainly as residents. And this is not something that the fire district is immune to. This is what they're feeling as well. Okay, next slide. This next question asked, to what extent has your ability to find and retain qualified employees changed over the last 3 years? And the overwhelming response on this was that it's getting harder. Again, no surprise if you've been around this area. Okay, next slide. This last on these questions was, do you feel affordable employee housing for local residents is? And the strongest answer was one of the more serious problems. 94% of the businesses responded that affordable workforce housing is a moderate to critical problem, and 76% said that it's one of the more serious to critical problems in the region. Again, no surprise really to anyone on this call. Okay, next slide. This slide looks like a seating chart that you might find on StubHub. It's not, but it does highlight the kind of the technical aspect of where the gaps are within the housing inventory. So this is a more of a technical nature or technical approach to the questions. So the slides on the questions was kind of a perception questions, and this gets at the more technical approach. And overall, it identifies a gap in housing currently, and this is 2017, of 4,000 units on its way to 5,200 units. We're not proposing 4,000 units. I don't know that anyone's going to be building 4,000 units in this community. So this is likely a problem that's not going away, but it highlights kind of the depth of the problem, and that it's stretched across kind of all income gaps until you get to the very, very highest range. Housing is a problem certainly from a perception standpoint. It feels like a problem, certainly. It's a problem from a business standpoint for attracting and retaining quality employees. And it's a threat to employers doing business. It's a problem from a technical analysis, and it's a problem that's not going away. And we're likely not building our way out of this. It's a bigger problem for emergency service. And I think we're realizing that more and more in our current times, because you can't get emergency service through a Zoom call, right? There's a lot of business that can continue to work, i.e. what we're doing here tonight, that we can do online, but you're not going to put out a fire online. And it's not okay if there's no response to an emergency call. We all understand that. Okay, next slide. So in advance of the project being fully designed, we did a bunch of outreach, And we did outreach with the firefighters themselves, did outreach with the neighborhood with a few community meetings that we hosted right there at the North 40 station. We had meetings with John McBride, who is one of the major property owners there, and then meetings with the Fire Protection Board. We invited all owners and all businesses within the entire ABC and North 40. So even businesses that don't own their space, we figured would probably have an interest in what's happening with this property, and we invited them to those meetings. We kind of did an all call, if you will, to all the volunteer force to hear their input. And this is what we heard. Next slide, please. So 57% of the volunteers felt that housing was important to retention on the force. 95% feel that recruits factor housing into their decision making. Rick has some anecdotal information from his recruitment efforts actually this morning that I'm sure he'll comment on. And 100% feeling of the volunteers feeling that affordable housing was important to the future of the district. So this resembles and mirrors that regional housing study. And the district has felt this more and more, and that's why the board decided to pursue a mill levy and pursuit of affordable housing and getting into the affordable housing business. They're seeing a decline in the success of the training program. Now, it's a rigorous program to go through and become a member of the fire fighting squad, but they're getting 1 to 2 successful completions out of a class of usually 30 folks. But a lot of those failures are because folks need to live in the districts, live in the district, and that's not easy to do. I mean, the program itself is difficult, no question there, but housing is a huge challenge. And more firefighters are a member of a family. So they're career people. It's no longer the kind of 70s model of single guy, ski bum type firefighter. They've identified housing as the #1 challenge, and #2 was daycare. And we went into specifics about the design of the places, how to best serve the needs of the people that are going to be living there so that we can best serve them. Okay, next slide. Outreach with the neighborhood. We heard many of the things that we expect you would hear again tonight about density, height, traffic, parking. A lot of commentary on other projects that are in some stage of pre-application design phase. The Colorado Mountain College CMC dormitory plans that the neighborhood is anticipating and concerned about, certainly, and the city of Aspen housing towards on the lumberyard property, what's known as the lumberyard property, on the far south end of that neighborhood. A lot of concern about those, but we invited people over to the station, handed out hot dogs and hamburgers, and let them meet the firefighters, and so they could tell us about their thoughts on the project. Okay. And there's a whole series of design changes. The neighborhood, a group of the neighborhood came in and actually met with the Fire Protection District Board of Directors. And through that process, the design changed quite a bit. And you see the graphics on the left was the previous plan prior to our application. On the right is our current application. But we reduced density, we increased open space, we lowered the entire project into the ground. So the project sits on a garage plinth, if you will, and we pushed that whole piece down into the ground about 2 feet, and that's of significant expense. Unfortunately, technically the measurement is the same because we're measuring from that kind of plaza level up to the buildings, but in context of the whole neighborhood, we pushed the thing into the ground. We eliminated a building. We increased and undergrounded the parking, and that was done with previous conversations with the neighborhood, but we heard strongly that the parking was a big issue, and the undergrounding of the parking is a significant budget item in the neighborhood of $2+ million. Eliminated the daycare as an option. I think at the dismay of some of the folks within the district and some of the firefighters, but that was becoming an issue of concern. Reduced height along front way. We inserted guest parking, really public parking for anyone to use. That is along front way. There's little pull-off areas that again anyone can use. And we met with John McBride, who initially said that he supported the project. The fire district bought the property from Mr. McBride. He told us he supported the plan, and then later he said he wanted some changes, and he wanted the buildings to be lowered along front way, which we did, and we achieved his support, at least verbally, again. And then he expressed a desire for us to buy his other property that's between our property and the CMC property. There's a vacant lot there. In exchange for his support, the fire district declined to buy his property, any more property from John. His support went away. And I think, kind of on a side note, I think he's made the same overture to CMC, that they may achieve his support by buying the property that's adjacent to the CMC property. Next slide, please. So the board directed those changes, and in that direction described how they're.
Chris?
Yes.
Can you hear me? This is Jim Vishansi. Before we leave
Yes, sir.
the previous slide, can we go back to that one?
Yep.
I'm just counting units. You've reduced the number of units from the previous plan to the current plan, right? I counted 14 on the old plan and 12 on the new plan. So you've reduced the number of people that can be housed on this site.
Yeah, it went from I think it was 18 at that time to our current plan, which is 17. So there are some flats in there that probably aren't fully reflective on the site plan, but I believe it went from 18 down to 17. There's also a reduction in the number of bedrooms. So some of the units were reduced in size from a 2-bedroom down to a 1-bedroom, for example.
And there was something called a single family residence, and that's gone from the new plan, right?
That is there. The current, what's described as the current site plan was when we were presenting to the fire district board. There you see the date on the bottom of that, November 12th. So there's been some slight modifications, and I'll touch on those here in upcoming slides.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. So the fire district board described their need to balance the needs of the entire district and providing a level of service commensurate with expectations throughout the whole district, and the number of calls that they need to respond to, answer, provide assistance, but also a desire to be a part of the community and fit in with the neighborhood. Next slide, please. So this is the current application as you see it in your packet. That building that is closest to us, 2-story building, that is the single-family home. In previous iterations, that was a meeting room, was contemplated for a daycare operation at some point previous to our application, but that in this application is a single-family home. The concept being there that the fire chief or other senior member of the professional staff would be enticed to employment through this unit. These units are all rental units, so that the district will maintain ownership of these, and these will be rented to the firefighters. Okay. So 17 units, you see the layout of the program here from studios through the single family. The average size is 1,271 square feet of interior space. And by way of comparison, that's about half or sometimes a third of what you see in the neighborhood in terms of the square footage of the interior space of surrounding residences. It's about half of what you see in the townhomes, for example. And there's a range of family type units. Okay. Some details on the proposal: the front remaining 18 feet along Sage and 10 feet along the side along Front Way, and the rear adjoining the storage yard to the south of us. Height, as Leslie mentioned, the 28 feet for the primary structure, that's the substation, and 32 feet for our residential structure, and up to 7.5 for mechanical / solar equipment. Okay. The floor areas and how those lay out. We do have a multi-purpose building that is kind of adjacent to the existing substation of 500 square feet, the residential building of 25,000. We have suggested the garage be exempt because it is fully subgrade and it's not something that contributes to the visual mass and scale of the project. It's also the way we compared our floor areas to the floor areas that we understand in the neighborhood. Parking. We have a minimum of 34 spaces in the garage. That may end up being 1 or 2 spaces more than that. There's, as we go through final designs and you know, have to land all the structure, I got a little shy about not hitting the 37 or wherever we were before. So we're committed to 34 spaces in the parking garage. There's 8 surface spaces that are kind of right next to the housing. There's 2 potential short-term spaces that are on the apron that someone can pull up and run into the kind of the back of the firehouse there. 6 spaces along Sage Way. Those are the spaces that you already see there now that are in front of the dispatch center. And then I mentioned the 5 public spaces on Front Way, and those are for Pickens County to manage. Those are in the public right of way and kind of up for grabs. Okay. And then here's the site plan that you see in your packet. We have more drawings if you'd like to see them out of our full packet. All the items that Leslie kind of ran through are in your packet. Okay. And then here's a kind of a 3D of the current proposal. Okay. So getting into the reviews, Leslie mentioned that location and extent is a provision in the state statute. Sorry. It's in the state statute due to a lawsuit that came out of Hygiene, Colorado, a place on the Front Range, actually from a fire district being denied by a county over the applicability of local zoning, the county's local zoning restrictions. The Hygiene Fire District didn't like the decision, appealed that decision, and went through all the courts, ended up resulting in this state statute that says essentially that divisions of the state political body that have equal footing, i.e. a county and a local fire district, a taxing district, have equal standing, and that the local zoning essentially doesn't apply. What does apply is the applicable comprehensive plan or master plan. The L&E review is advisory to the fire district, so your review is an advisory to the fire district, but we are here seeking your approval. We're asking for your approval. We have a good project. We have responded to neighborhood input on multiple times, and our project is for the community and will help the community. The reason I mentioned the kind of the background of the L&E and the state statute is that from our perspective, this is not an opportunity to apply local zoning. So the applicability of the comprehensive plan or master plan is not an opportunity to pull out the zoning code, scratch out the words zoning and code, write master plan on it, and then apply those zoning standards to our property. Staff is suggesting in their write-up that the only way for us to conform with the master plan is to adhere to the local zoning code, and we just don't see it that way. We're somewhat surprised that there's so much dialogue about the heights of the zoning code, the floor areas of the zoning code. We just don't see the state statute applying in that way because of that case and the way the state statute is written, that we're just not subject to the local zoning restrictions. We are subject to conformance with the master plan, and we think we do conform with the master plan. Okay. So going into the L&E review, the first, and we just pulled out a few standards for you to consider. This first one focuses on land use, supporting a well-defined visual functional pattern, a series of distinctly different nodes of activity along the corridor. And we feel we do this. This is a parcel that has always been a development parcel. It's not open space. It's part of one of those activity nodes. John McBride was very clear about this being a development parcel through the platting of the North 40 subdivision, which we are part of. And the fire district has always been very clear that this back half, this eastern half of the property would be developed. And the 2006 approvals were very specific in that as well. So we think we actually conform with this standard quite well. Next, please. The next is regarding transportation, and I won't read all this for you. But these are the goals that that county staff in the WAMP is identified to go implement. But these standards are being used to, in our view, exact a $100,000 payment, and it feels a little made up in our minds. The WAMP identifies implementation items. Policy 2.2 identifies a need for funding and asks county ComDev, CDOT, Public Works to work together to explore a special district to address transportation needs. There is no plan for the intersection. There's no plan for a circulator shuttle route. It's identified as kind of an idea in the master plan, but there's no specifics behind. Staff is suggesting that the $100,000 is our proportionate share of our participation in these things, but there's no definition to them. There's no nexus study behind that. There's no study describing our roughly proportionate share of those things. There's no definition of what those things are. There's no plan, there's no concept of the improvements. There's the circulator shuttle that idea doesn't seem to have gone anywhere that we can find. It's on no one's capital plan. RAFTA doesn't have it in any of their planning. There's no design for the intersection. There's no budget. There's no funding mechanism. There's no approvals. There's no time frame. And there's not even really a perspective of what that would look like or a wish list. So we don't have any idea how we get to $100,000 as our fair share of those things. And we don't even know if our impact is roughly related to the desire for a circulator shuttle. So it honestly, it kind of comes across as being a little bit made up, and I can't advise the district whether this is a legit requirement or not, or whether it should be 10,000 or whether it should be $1 million. I just really have nothing to base that on. So when we get to the review of the resolution, that's certainly a point that we want to talk about. But I think you can understand that we are not in a position to agree to this $100,000 payment in exchange for the approval. Okay.
And Chris, that circulator shuttle, is that from the ABC to the airport?
There's some description of that in the WOMP as serving residential subdivisions that are on the western side of Aspen, but there's no real specific route or head times or really anything defined. But that's my understanding is that it would serve maybe Burlingame, the ABC area, the airport. This next part of the L&E talks about scenic review. And this is a picture from the highway kind of looking towards the substation. And so our project is sort of behind there. It will be visible from 82 at different viewpoints, a little further down valley. I'm sure it'll be visible. But we can't really see how our development will be or should be considered objectionable. When viewed from Highway 82, there's an existing flat roof building. That's the substation. That's a Studio B design. It's actually a very nice design, that's my opinion, but it's a very attractive building. And there's kind of a mishmash of every possible style out there. There's kind of traditional, there's log beam, there's pitched roofs, there's flat roofs, there's adobe style. I don't know where that came from, but there's adobe style. There's CMU block buildings. There's an old train depot. And so our flat roof building will be behind the existing flat roof building, next to another flat roof building, adjacent to a subdivision full of flat roof buildings. And so I guess, understand the concern about the flat roof building, but don't see how it is out of character and how it would be objectionable. And Stryker Brown, I think, has done a very admirable job of designing this project to fit the site. We don't see there being any impact to the open space or negative aesthetics to the entrance to Aspen. This is clearly part of one of those activity zones. But I think, in looking at it, I think this standard is being also kind of morphed and strained into a requirement to comply with the zoning. So it's, and I just don't see it in the language. And again, we feel that we're exempt from the zoning, but on its face, I think we do comply with this standard. It's an attractive building, and I don't really see where the objection is really based. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the second review that Leslie mentioned. I call it the 1041 review, and Leslie called it 1041 or the permit review. But it's also a state-based set of criteria. And this is the purpose statement from that review. And it's related to being near an airport and subsequently near the intersection. We have essentially no effect on the airport operations. We've addressed all of those standards, and those have been reviewed and found in compliance by the airport director. There was no objection from the airport. There is an navigation easement on the property, and there is, I think, a request to refile that navigation easement, which we're not, don't have any quarrel with. And if we need to make disclosures to folks before they lease the units that there's an airport nearby, we can certainly do that. Next slide, please. This is a kind of a summary of the standards within that 1041 review. And I think this is also an area where staff is attempting to morph these standards into applying local zoning. And we don't see that being consistent with a local or the state L&E statute. The $100,000 request for the yet to be decided future improvements that we don't really know anything about yet, and there's no plan for, is based on these standards. but it feels like a way to establish a precedent, frankly, for other projects that may be coming down the pike. The CMC project that I mentioned, the city's lumberyard project, in that if we, as the fire district, give in to these requests for our voluntary donation of the $100,000, then maybe these other projects will follow suit and contribute, provide their voluntary donation towards an overall effort. So when we discuss the traffic impacts with CDOT in preparation of the traffic study, they frankly questioned why it is that we were even doing any of this analysis. They were pretty unimpressed with our 17 units, describing, I think, our project as a spec, which we tried to take in a good way. But they couldn't understand why it is the county was requiring this study. Nonetheless, we provided this study. I think a lot of this is, frankly, that the county has never really done a lot of planning for the intersection. The requirements for upgrades when the ABC was built either weren't enough or I'm not sure what. Same thing with North 40 was approved and built. To the extent that there's a problem, it's an existing problem. And I think we look at it as the best thing to do is what is stated in the WAMP, which is to establish a special taxing district as a way to fund the improvements that need to happen. We know why that hasn't been done, or we can imagine, and that's because it's not going to be popular. So to establish a special taxing district and then start sending out bills to all the landowners within the ABC and the North 40 is not going to go over well. So we expect that that's probably been the hesitation, and we get that, but it doesn't mean that we're going to pay for it either. But we still kind of look at that as the best way, the most equitable way is to come up with what the plan actually is, agree on that, come up with a budget for it, and then an equitable distribution to everyone that contributes to that being issue and benefits by its solution. And again, I think staff is kind of straining these standards to suggest that we need to write a check for $100,000 and to comply with the local zoning, and we just don't see it that way. Okay, next slide, please. We did some analysis that's in your application of the existing floor areas that are in the neighborhood. Depending on whether you count the garages or not, or count the open space or not, these can move around a little bit, but this is what we found. The single family homes going from about a 0.5 to a 0.7. Those homes averaging a little over 3,000 square feet, and that's in the area kind of immediately across the street from Front Way, from our property. Yeah, where that little handles run around. Now, we did not count the garages there, and so if our garage has to count, then we'd have to count these garages, and so those ratios would go up substantially. And you might hear, we heard a lot about a 0.36 ratio when talking with Mr. McBride, and that's just, there's nothing out there that's a 0.36 that we can find. We did a floor area analysis of the townhomes that are on the far north of the subdivision, and those are much higher, as you'd expect, a 1.15. Again, we didn't count the garages, so if we count the garage, that goes up to about a 1.25 in that range, and those average about 2,200 square feet, those townhomes there. So our 0.65, again, not counting the garages, is from our perspective is in line with the neighborhood. Not subject to county zoning, but we feel that it is compatible with the neighborhood. Next slide, please. There was a note in the staff analysis that North 40 has a common area, the park, and that should be factored in. And from our perspective, being part of the same subdivision, it should either be factored in or shouldn't be factored in, but it should apply kind of equally across the board. So We didn't factor it in. We just did the floor area based on the land area of our property, and the analysis that I shared with you in the previous slide is based on just the land area of the individual residential units. Doesn't count streets, doesn't count the park. But either way you slice it, it should apply equally to both us and to the neighborhood, at least for analysis purposes. We don't have ownership of the park. I think we heard that quite clearly from the HOA. That is a park that is essentially privately owned by the HOA. So that's one of the points that we heard about several times in our outreach. Okay, next slide. Lastly, to finish my portion of the presentation, I wanted to share with you some feelings from the local firefighters. And this hopefully will save time, because I know you have a lot of folks that want to comment on this. So from Fabrizio, having affordable housing for first responders will allow people to save money in order to purchase something in the future and stay in the community. Next slide. Kevin Smitty, I'm in support of any housing that will help firefighters, ambulance staff, nurses, and other first responders support the community in times of need. Next slide. Grant, you'll help free up beds and residences in other areas of the community, which will help more people to be able to find a place to live. Next slide. From Bruce, will help improve the service in response to the public by providing housing for first responders, will increase the number of first responders willing to volunteer their time. Next slide, please. From Parker, with more affordable housing, we'll be able to recruit and retain high quality first responders, which benefits all people in our area, including residents and visitors. And from Sandy, in addition to providing more services to the community by providing more beds for first responders, the North 40 Housing Project will provide a community within a community of first responders that would form a cohesive extended family based on service to their community. Okay. So that concludes my presentation. I'd like it to now have Rick Ballantyne provide some of his thoughts.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for having us. I think a lot of you folks know me, but my name is Rick Ballantyne. I'm the fire chief and CEO here at Aspen Fire Department. I was appointed to this position back in 2014, although I've been a firefighter here for over 30 years. All the way back from before Storm King through Lake Christine a couple of years ago and all the way up to now. So I've been around a little bit. I'm also a father and a husband. I own some businesses here. I owned a business here in town until a couple of years ago. When I took this job, I decided to get out of that business. I am the one, as in my position as fire chief CEO, I'm responsible for the day-to-day operations at the fire station, our fire district, which is 87 square miles. My job is to make sure we're prepared for every emergency that we call on when the bell goes off. You know, when you need us, we're going to be there, no matter what. But I'm not just, I'm not a one-person show here. We need housing. I've identified this. Our board's identified this a very long time ago, way back, way before I was chief. That it was a key thing, and we've never had the ability to really make this a reality until recently. Back in 2018, our constituents, our voters, approved overwhelmingly by 74% to raise our taxes so that we could build a housing for first responders and our firefighters. So my goal with this project has always been to address our most critical need, which is housing. And I want to do it in a way that we can be proud of it and our community can be proud of it. That's been a lot of discussion. I think Chris mentioned we've been through a lot of iterations. Sometimes, go into detail. We cut back on the scale of the buildings. We made them small. We moved them back from the street. So I feel we've been try to be responsible in every way we can to try to address the needs of the neighborhood the best we can, while still maintaining fiscal responsibility to the taxpayers who overwhelmingly approved us to build housing for the first responders. You know, little anecdotally, well, not even anecdotally, but I think if anybody read the paper today, Aspen Valley Hospital is going through some of the same issues we are right now with housing. You might have read that in the paper this morning. You know, we're not immune. You know, overwhelmingly, we've done surveys. We've asked our firefighters, we've asked the public what the needs are. If we can't get housing for first responders and our folks, we won't be able to respond in a way that we need to for our community. I'll give you an example. We're right now, also back in 2018, the voters approved for our district to hire some full-time firefighters that will be staffing full-time 24/7 for the first time in our 140-year history. We're going to staff firefighters downtown station and at North 40, 24/7, 365. So we're going through a hiring process right now with some great applicants, both internally and many from external candidates that want to move here. We've already lost at least 2 people because they did research on what it would cost for housing. Even if we paid them the maximum amount that we have budgeted, they just couldn't afford to live here. And more than likely, we're going to lose others once they do a little more research and see what housing costs here is going to be for them. You know, my goal here is to make a building that we can be proud of, and overwhelmingly, it's you know, using our taxpayer dollars in a way that gets the biggest bang for the buck for what they entrusted us to do. That's my job, and that's our board's job. And you know, I guess I'm just asking for your approval. And if you have any questions, I'll keep this short. But if you have any questions for me or comments, I'm happy to answer them.
I have a question. Jeff, is this appropriate time to ask, or do you want to wait till we finish up?
So questions for Fire Chief Rick Valentine or for Chris Bendon. First, I'll open to commissioners, and then I will shortly thereafter open to public for public comment. So Jim, perfect timing.
Excellent. Rick, could you enlighten us as to how the fire department is funded? And where I'm going with this is, you have to pay $100,000 for whatever the transportation issue is. Where does that money come from? Who's ultimately paying for that?
Sure. Good question. That money comes 100% from our taxpayers. We're funded almost entirely by mill levy on property tax. So 100%, 99% of our funding comes from the taxpayers.
Other commissioner questions for Fire Chief Rick Valentine or for Chris Bendon before I open to public comments and public questions?
A question for Chris. Do I get to go again?
Yes, please.
Chris, it's my layman's feeling that when I drive past the ABC, that the existing fire station sits a little higher in terms of topography than the stuff behind it. So is this parcel where this would be built slightly lower than the fire station itself? And in terms of the height, if something on the parcel that you're planning for residential units is 28 feet high or 32 feet high, does it appear from the highway to be just as high as something at the fire station that's 28 or 32 feet high? Or because of the topography, does it actually look from the highway like it's a little lower?
I think it'll appear a little bit lower. The property does slope towards the river slightly, so you know, if you turn onto Baltic Avenue there at the main intersection, kind of heading into the ABC, you're going downhill very slightly, but you're going downhill. Or if you turn onto Sageway and then you turn onto Frontway, kind of around the side of the fire district property and over to where we're planning on developing, you go downhill slightly, but it's maybe a few feet difference. So there is some kind of natural advantage of the topography there. And also keep in mind that we did push the whole entire development. We kind of pushed it into the ground as far as we could. We can't go any further into the ground, and it's not a budget issue. I mean, eventually it'd be a budget issue, but eventually you end up with a ramp that you can't get a car down. And so we're kind of at the limits of how accessible that parking garage can be. But we did push the whole kind of parking garage and development as far into the ground as we could, and that was about a 2-foot change. And as I mentioned, because we're going to be measuring from the plaza level, the buildings, the heights of the buildings from the plaza didn't change, but the whole development kind of sunk down in.
And what are the highest points on the fire station itself? I know you said the hose tower, I think, is a little higher. What's the height of the hose tower? And excluding the hose tower, what are the next highest portions of the existing fire station?
So the existing fire station, you see largely a 1-story along Sage, and 2 stories along the back. So the technical measurement is 28 feet, but you don't feel a full 28 feet along Sage Way. And the hose tower is 34 feet, but that is kind of in the back there where you have a little bit more exposure. And so the ground does kind of fall away from Sage Way down to the east to the back side of our property.
Okay, thank you.
Joe Kraybacher, Chelsea Clark. Any questions for either staff or the applicant before I turn it over to the public?
I have one question.
Joe Kraybacher.
Oh, I'm fine. Let Rick go ahead.
Sorry, John, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I do know John Ward, who's our board president, is also online. He would like to say something if it's okay.
That would be wonderful. John Ward, we're unmuting you if we can find you. And I also understand, John, we're ready for you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Yeah, John Ward, president of the Fire Protection District Board. I campaigned for the mill levy increase to raise the funds to address several challenges within the district, housing being one of the biggest. And really, we were looking to ensure the long-term future of our district. I'm also the chair of the Housing Authority Board of Directors. And I'm also an employer, and I run several banks in the Valley, and I know how housing from here to Vail is an obstacle to find great people and good people to work for you. Chris does an excellent job of using APSH's numbers to show that. I'm a father, a husband, a coach, and I'm also a neighbor in North 40. I live at 47 Riverdown Drive here in North 40. And there'll be a lot of people speaking tonight that probably aren't very happy with me with what we're proposing. But I take each role I have very seriously. I support this project because positives outweigh the negatives. It's simple math. We've got a constituency of voters which supported what we were requesting by a margin of 70%. The mission of the emergency response outweighs inconvenience to the neighbors. I feel we've been very thoughtful in our design and what we put in place to minimize parking and impacts to the neighborhood, and really to fit right in with where we're at in the neighborhood. We're a pretty dense community already. If I were to throw a tennis ball at my neighbor's house, it would bounce back and hit my house. We serve, as Rick said, 87 square miles. I want to provide service in the most effective way possible. And when you call, we want to get that service to you in a quick, professional, and competent and effective way. Our biggest obstacle is the lack of housing. And if I can quote another community member and another person that gives quite a bit of his time to his community and a current school board member from the paper today, it's about housing, it's about housing, it's about housing, and oh yeah, it's about housing. So I think Dwayne put that very well. Ultimately, when complete, this project will be a nice addition to the neighborhood. I hope you agree and find it in conformance with the WAMP master plan. I also hope you find it's the right place for the right reasons in the right location at the right time. Thanks for hearing us out. We ask for your approval.
John, thank you for your time. I realize that Captain Jason Lassiter is also on the phone, as well as Dennis Murray, a board member. If either of you want to speak before we open to the public, now would be a good time as well, to Dennis Murray and or Captain Jason Lassiter.
No, we've worked long and hard to support this and to get to a place. We've listened to input. We've taken it seriously. We have done, I think, a good job to try and fit into this neighborhood and provide the housing for the future, an opportunity for us to have firefighters live here or first responders. My hope is firefighters to really extend the district and our mission. And that's why we asked for the mill levy increase. We got the positive vote for that. We've worked long and hard with this project to get it to a place where we think it fits. We've addressed the neighborhood, and we look for your support.
Dennis, thank you very much. Captain Jason Lassiter.
Yes, Jason Lassiter here. Again, I've been working on this with Chief for since 2008, since we got the mill levy. It's the mission statement for our district: ensure the safety of citizens, visitors, and their property through education, prevention, and suppression, while recognizing our fiscal responsibility to the citizens. And that fiscal responsibility is something that we've taken very seriously through this process. We're trying to maximize housing units for our folks, while also maintaining a livable place for people. And it's been a long process, and we've modified our design quite a few times. We've taken surveys from all the firefighters, from the neighbors, and I feel like we've done a good job in trying to create a place to live. And as a volunteer firefighter, our time dedication, it's tough to measure how much time we all put in as volunteers. I was on this housing committee as a volunteer, and I've put in countless hours and meetings to be able to make this a possibility for us. And I'm very excited about being able to get housing for our firefighters and first responders, as we can see through this whole pandemic, how crucial the importance of having first responders be a part of our community is. So, balancing having a family, trying to keep a career, and working, being on this volunteer force, it's a huge sacrifice. And this is something we're able to do for recruitment and retainment, which I think is a absolutely crucial element to our success as a department. So I urge you to please approve our project. Let us move forward with this. We feel like we'll be excellent neighbors and absolutely vital to the community. Thank you.
Jason, thank you. Captain Lassiter. We have a question in the room from Monty Thompson.
Yeah, thanks. Rick and all the firefighters. First of all, I want to just say thanks for your service. Been here for a long time. You guys are outstanding, and the volunteer part of it is really important to us. One question I had is, with the 17 units, how many people will actually probably be there? How many firefighters? And then what's the total impact, you think, of all the units? Is there a number on that?
Chris, maybe you want to take that, or Captain, sorry. Fire Chief, sorry.
I can speak to that a little bit, Monty, and maybe Chris can do a little bit more. We've done quite a bit of work on surveys. And when we started this project, we had, for instance, we had more one-bedroom units than we had three-bedroom units. After doing a lot of research, both internally and externally, we found what the largest need was by far was a larger unit so families could be accommodated. I can give you, for instance, we've got one or two of our folks at least that they join here. They're single. They may have a studio. Then they get married. Then they have kids. We've got one or two of our folks here that actually have kids or child that live in a studio apartment. So identified by a large margin, we need the larger units. So we anticipate, minimum of one volunteer, one firefighter, one first responder, eventually in each unit. We've got a recruit class coming on now, 8 brand new PROBI firefighters that many of them need housing. We've got current housing needs for our firefighters now that they're already volunteers. So, and as we continue to go into the future, we're going to have more. Like I said, we've got applications coming in now for some of our full-time positions that just can't do it because of housing. So it's, we're not immune to it. We're trying to do our part to house our people without taking away as much of the current inventory as we can.
And Rick, could you, since the firefighters are volunteers, they obviously get no income. Could you just tell us some of the other types of work that the volunteer firefighters do in the community?
Sure. A large percentage of them, Mr. Bishansi, are service workers. They work in restaurants. They work in as plumbers or electricians, or they work as property managers. That's the biggest percentage of the people that work here. I'm very fortunate. I've been here a long time. I'm fortunate that I have housing, but it's a challenge right now for our folks. In fact, many times firefighters come to me and said, if I can't find housing, I've got to move down Valley. We'll be sort of the feeder for other departments. So we're training them as much as we can, then they're going to move down Valley or move out of the district to take other jobs.
And this is a rhetorical question, but would it be fair to say that it would be difficult for somebody living in Glenwood to respond to a call for firefighting at 2 a.m.?
Yeah, it's just not possible. It's not possible to do it quickly. That's one reason we're going to a partially staffed model, so we can get trucks out the door sooner for our citizens. In fact, that was part of the mill levy question that we had. That being said, we'll do the best we can. That's all I can say.
So Chris, thank you, Chief. Chris Bennett, are you okay with a couple land use and WOMP questions before we turn it over to the public?
Yes, fire away.
Excellent. So you are going to build next to the existing fire substation. There's, let's call it a dozen rooftop mounted antennas on top of the existing building. Current land use code, which you do not have to conform to, is you must be 200 feet from either ground mounted or roof mounted telecommunication equipment. So it's sort of a health safety question. And again, you're welcome to ignore it. But basically residential development is not permitted within 200 feet of building mounted antennas. And that's existing land use code chapter 4. The only code exception is if the residents and the antennas were the same company. But in this case, again, all of our 911 services, all the county services are probably sitting on top of that roof. That said, Drew with Pitkin County Telecoms does not think there is a line of sight issue with anything currently on top of the existing fire substation. So you could call that a rhetorical question, but a lead into the WOMP. Page 90 of the WOMP says you must maintain a low profile structure. And then ironically, it says not to exceed the height of the North 40 fire station. So it's kind of funny, the first application we get in the ABC is we want to exceed the height of the existing fire substation. Page 90 or page 388.
Can I chime in on that?
Yes, please.
Actually, I've got one of our firefighters on the line now who works. I think he's on this call. His name is Jeff Edelson. He's actually part of the county communication in terms of antennas. He can answer that for you right now. Jeff, are you there? Can you join him in?
Jeff Edelson on the line.
I'm on. Can you hear me now, guys?
Yes, please.
Oh, yeah. So I'm on, I work part-time as a training officer for the fire department, but my primary job is actually, I'm a contractor for Pitkin County, and I help maintain all of those antennas. So one of the things in the code it references is the health and safety, and that's the reason that there's a distance from those antennas. But all of the antennas that we have on top of that fire station now are what we call directional antennas that focus all of their energy and hazard in a specific direction. They're not what we call omni antennas that radiate in 360 degrees. So I work for and with Drew and his comment of the new proposed structures are not in the line of sight. You can literally be 2 feet to the side of it as long as you're not directly in front of it. So in terms of the health and safety aspect of all the antennas that are up there, there's not a concern with adjacency because they point to the top of Aspen Mountain, point down Valley, and point to the top of Aspen Highlands as part of connectivity, if that makes sense.
Jeff, that's perfect. And Drew echoes your comment. And again, just for the record, from a health safety standpoint, I would not be concerned about this project. From a telecommunications standpoint, we do not currently have any directional equipment or dishes that will be blocked by the new building, and no high power equipment that would pose any kind of safety hazard. So that's our land use questions.
I have one more comment on that. One more comment on that, if you want.
Yes,
as far as I know, there are not any antennas on the roof of the buildings. As far as I know, I could be wrong, but I don't think there's any antennas included in that will be on the new buildings.
I'm referring to the existing fire substation.
I got it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Rick. So, Chris, the question to you is not to exceed the height of the existing North 40 fire station, which is directly from the WAMP master plan.
Yeah, and I think, again, there's been a lot of discussion back and forth within the district board and with the community about how to most optimally use the taxpayers' money to solve, at least address, the housing challenge and the uniqueness of the housing challenge for an emergency response organization. My comments earlier regarding the state's L&E statute not applying local zoning to divisions of the state, I think that when you get into a master plan, most things in a master plan, a comprehensive plan, are aspirational. There's plenty of aspirational things in the WAMP, and it'll set forward, various different tasks for people to go do. Sometimes they're so aspirational that it really kind of just stops with an aspirational statement. But other times there's follow-up changes to, capital projects or any number of things that come out of a master plan. But to the extent that the master plan tries to act and be a zoning code and implement height restrictions, flurry restrictions, setbacks, etc., I think that conflicts with the decision that was made out of hygiene and is not in the spirit of the state statute that exempts local taxing districts from county zoning regulations. So certainly I think that's probably the more technical answer. I think what you've heard throughout the presentation is a sensitivity and a desire to fit in to the neighborhood, to address parking needs, to fulfill the mission of the fire district, but to do so in a way that respects and responds to the context around our site, the neighborhood. So you've heard about us, minimizing the heights, pushing the overall project into the ground, utilizing the lower portion of the property. So we've tried to be as sensitive as we can from a design perspective to meet the overall goal that people want to see, that this project fit into the neighborhood.
And so Chris, this is my last one, Jim. Would you argue then that the articulated roof lines and other methods should be used to break up the mass when designing new development? You would argue that your site plan does that, not the buildings in and of themselves. So in totality, the site acts as a breakup in the mass and a breakup of the volumes.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, we have 4 buildings now, if you don't count the little tiny mechanical building that we have planned in a future phase, but there's 4 buildings. We did have a 5th building, but that seemed to be objectionable to quite a few folks, so we changed the plan. But we have, the project broken up substantially, and there's various different heights and so on, and some of the the roof lines and so on, that kind of gets into architectural style. But frankly, I suggest you look at our plan, and I mean, I come to the conclusion that we've done a pretty good job.
And last WOMP question is, have we, because of COVID, have not been able to do a site visit as a group? Are there story poles currently up on the site showing the neighborhood, the height of the existing volumes, or would you entertain placing story poles up?
There are not story poles up. We, in our community meetings, used the hose tower as a reference point, and asked people to kind of envision the heights that we were proposing in relation to that hose tower. The 34 feet is basically the same measurement point from which we would be measuring our building. So that's a good point of reference, and probably the best story pole that we could provide.
Understood. Jim Vishansi, and then unless there's any other commissioner comments, I will open to public comment at this time. Jim Vishansi.
Chris, do you know, with regard to the North 40 townhomes, I know that project was built before the WOMP was put together. Do you know if those are 28 feet? And if they are 28 feet, why can those buildings be 28, but the townhomes that you're designing can't be?
I would defer the height of those townhomes to the planning staff. My assumption is that they are 28 feet. They are pitched roofs, so there's a different measurement point. So you'll see ridge lines that will extend above that, of course. And the second part of your question, I think, deals with the applicant. So you have an applicant that is a local taxing district, a division of the state, kind of on equal footing with the county. What applies is this location and extent review, which asks us to conform to the comprehensive plan, but does not apply the zoning restrictions.
Jeffrey, can I?
Chelsea Clark.
Hi, everyone. I have a couple questions. Chris, specifically, when was the hygiene, or is that the name of the case, the hygiene decision made? Is that a Colorado Supreme Court case?
I believe it was, and I believe it was 10 years ago or so, roughly.
So other lower courts are applying that precedent. Is that correct or fair to say? Or is it just controlling?
I believe it's controlling, yeah, that there was a court case and then resulted in some change in the state statutes.
Okay, got it. Okay. Thanks for adding that to your presentation, because that's good guidance. I'm good with numbers, so from a percentage speaking, how hard did you guys try to hit the mark of compliance with the 2006 master plan and the WOMP? Is it coincidental that you're finding yourself in mostly compliant, or just close, except for with respect to floor area ratio and a 6-foot height difference? Would you say you're like 90% in compliance with the master plan, or 60%? And did you even try to get close, or were you intentionally trying to get close? What's your perspective on how close you tried to come? Because I see a lot of additions to the second resolution that add additional requirements for you to develop your plan before it goes to the BOCC. Were you expecting those additional requirements to draw you closer to the master plan? What was your intention with trying to comply with the master plan and the WOMP?
I think the project, first and foremost, is to address the most critical needs of the fire district as a whole. And that has always been the driver. There's several comments about, within that design process of providing a place for people to live, not just to stay, but to live, so that it's a residence. It's not just a kind of a place to put firefighters, but they actually contribute to a community and feel fully engaged in the community. From my perspective, we comply with a WOMP. You've heard my comments about I don't think the pseudo zoning standards of the WOMP should apply. But from my perspective, and you've seen our application, from my perspective, we comply with the WOMP. When we get to the resolutions, I think the first one is somewhat straightforward. We obviously have some commentary to provide on that. The second resolution regarding the 1041 permit, there's a whole series of discussion points going through there because as drafted, we would find it unacceptable.
Understood. Another side question, and forgive me if I missed it, although I did read everything. Is there an HOA or like a regulatory body to govern the behavior and sort of day-to-day management of the residences living in those 17 units?
There would be, there won't be ownership. There are rental units, so there's not an HOA per se, but they all have a relationship to the fire district. And there's going to be, I can imagine, a protocol for how you are to behave with your immediate neighbors, how you are to behave within the neighborhood, how it is that you live the kind of the morals and ethics of being a volunteer firefighter. I don't know if this was mentioned before, but to the extent that the 17 units are not filled through the fire district, there would be a cascade to other emergency response organizations. So if Rick can only fill 16 of the 17 units, he's not going to leave a unit empty. He's going to offer that to the ambulance district or the sheriff's office or what have you. So, but again, back to your core question, I would expect, and you should expect, that there'd be pretty good set of expectations about how to behave if you're a member of this community. Because each one of those people is going to be associated with the fire district. And Rick, I don't know, Rick, if you have anything more to say about that, but that's frankly, that's what I would expect.
I could comment on that if you want me to, Chris. We have a couple other units where we have station keepers stay in, and we maintain a pretty high standard of being eligible to live in these units. First and foremost, they have to be a member in good standing with our fire department if they're a volunteer employee here. So I think we'll be controlling that and set higher standards than probably most HOAs would normally.
Thank you. I'm happy to listen to public comment now, but I appreciate you answering my questions. Thanks.
So it is 10 before 7. We're going to go way beyond 7, given this has been a 2-month continuance. We would respect your time, and both, I understand we have volunteers and fire chief. We're all together. I would love your patience in going way beyond 7 this evening rather than a continuance. I see Chris shaking his head. Fire Chief Ballantyne, are you okay continuing or staying with this evening and not a continuance? Thank you. And from the planning and zoning members, everyone's body language looks fresh still. We had one question I have one final question for Chris, which is, why don't we have a site plan given this is L&E?
You do have a site plan. I showed it to you as part of the presentation. It's in the package showing the entire site with the footprints of the new buildings, the access point, some of the landscape concepts that are there.
That was the 1210 DD review architectural site plan. There's no SGM plan. There's no civil plan is what I'm looking for.
There's
So in order to meet existing conditions, topo, et cetera, it did not look like there were 2-foot topos on. I mean, I'm just asking, where's your site plan, sir?
I think it's
Sorry,
part of
like civil site survey is what we're really looking for, and I don't see it in our packet or in the presentation. And it is a requirement of location and extent.
Yeah, I believe the application is complete in terms of what we submitted to the county, what was expected of us, and so everything you have has been accepted by the county.
I thought it was Exhibit 12 of the application.
You had a
Yeah.
question?
Chris, I have a question that you didn't touch on in your presentation. At the bottom of page 6, where you're outlining the proposal in your application, you say it is important to note that the project design will continue to evolve through design development, construction drawings, and detailed budgets. The application requests approval for the entire build-out with elimination of phasing of certain elements not requiring additional reviews by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So I'm wondering, what should people expect is going to change if we're talking about?
Yep. So some kind of detailed aspects of the architecture, the aesthetics, the materials, the selection of window systems, those will still be subject to budget reviews and are subject to change. There's a small 500 square foot building that is just west of the entrance into the garage bays there. That is a kind of a maintenance and storage and equipment building. That likely would be not initially developed, but held off for a future phase, because frankly, it's the easiest thing to strike out of the project to meet a budget. But we would want that to be fully approved, such that if budgets change either immediately or there's a desire to build that 5 years from now or whatever, we don't trigger a whole second full L&E and 1041 review, that it's part of the overall approval. I think we're not expecting it, but in a severe circumstance, you might see one of the buildings held off for a future phase.
So on the line, Joe Kraybacher, before we turn it over to public, did you have a question for Chris or Chief Rick Valentine? Fire Chief, sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So I guess my question is more for someone who may not be here, the county attorney, in terms of what's the role of the P&Z if there is a interpretation of law that's required in terms of the state statute versus the county's ability to impose, zoning or regulatory review. Maybe I end up coming out on the same end of it in any event, but I don't know if anybody has any feedback on that. Otherwise, I don't have any questions. Thanks.
So we have Rye Neely on the phone, as well as the head of community development, Cindy Hubin, that might be able to address Joe's question. Richard, Rye?
He might not be on right now. We've been communicating with him, so he'll be prepared to respond to it.
So Cindy is online, and Cindy will respond. If we need further clarification, we will get Rye before.
At this point, I thought we were going to sort of respond after public comment. That works.
Yeah. So Joe, we will get a response after public comment. If you didn't hear that, that was Suzanne Wolf in the room.
Cindy.
Audio's great. I heard.
Okay, thank you. Cindy, did you have a comment before we open to public, Cindy?
No, I'm going to wait until after we wrap up with the public comment. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to do the executive thing, which is we are going to take a 5-minute break till 7 o'clock, and we will open to public comment. For everyone in the room, It is 6:55 p.m. according to Bill Gates. It's 6:56 on the wall. We will be back and reconvene in 5 minutes.
This is being live streamed, so while you're on the break, I recommend turning off your video while you're breaking.
Yeah. That could be trouble, not doing that.
So click stop video, and that'll do it. So you just click it, and you can click that to turn it back on as well.
Okay.
I didn't realize you guys were back there. You got 2 beers. Oh, John, you think he's? Oh, John's gone. Oh, okay. Yeah. Have you been watching? Yeah. John is here. You know, so you can see what somebody got. Right. Just hate it. Yeah. Not so far, so good, right? I gotta cry. I'm gonna have to sell my home. What's this? Here's one. Okay. What about the hand out of you? You know, not taking cardboard anymore. Well, we can take the recycle. But they're not taking cardboard anymore. Over there. I guess so. Sure, no beer? Yeah, you know, I gotta lose a little weight, man. How about I got some right away? Gotta get back to fighters weight. But anyway, Stone climbed Mount Upper today. Oh, really? Fantastic. With Stephen? Of course, they're in seconds. Oh, how did they go up there? Which way? Do you know? I don't. Okay. Did you hear that? Good for them, man. My daughter and her husband climbed Mount Upper today. Oh, yeah. Great. It's a good hike. Yeah, the snow's melting. Yeah, great. Do they have to cross any fields or? Oh, I believe they're coming. Did they go up from the right side or they go? I'm not sure. So what do you think? You've been watching? Yeah. Oh, now it starts. Yeah, people are saying. I know the guy who spoke. Oh, Kirk, yeah. And I think what he's going to bring up, well, I don't know, I guess. Maybe. I've been here very early, even before we were engaged. The street. Oh, were you there? Yeah. Yeah, correct. You over there. Yeah, yeah. He seemed like a really reasonable guy. He was in favor of the project. And then all of a sudden Don was there and they showed up. Yeah. And Kirk showed Kirk. Yeah. Kirk. He showed up. Yeah, so I'm the president of the HOA. Right. That doesn't sound like it's going to be easy. We'll find out. Well, I think Chris made a very clear presentation of how the master plan and the zone district work and what's seen together.
I think the reasonable ones will, but the core, they're not going to change. Lisa is just not going to change. Yeah, poor Lisa. And she's a close friend. Right. She said to me, I just hate this. I don't want it built. But you know what? After it's there a couple of years, I won't even remember it. I go, Lisa.
It's too bad we didn't get a graphic that Chris that is a cross section north-south that goes from the highway through the existing fire district house, showing the tower and the highway.
That kind of, I wrote it funny you mentioned that because I really know we should have had an image, a photo image from the highway. And you know, it's so far away we didn't think about it. It's so obscure.
Yeah. It'll be on the back side of it.
Yeah.
Obscured by it. So
We didn't even
it would have been an
go
easy
there.
argument to make have a section like graphic.
No, but would that persuade anybody? What time is it?
Yeah. Well, how long do you think this is? At least an hour, isn't it? Or you don't know? It's hard to say, right?
They don't only have to hear public comment, but then they have to vote. They have to vote on it.
It's going to be a long. Well, it's interesting stuff, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, for me, yeah.
For me too, but for you.
I'm surprised they're not a little more impassioned than they were. Anyway.
Well, good.
Oh, really?
Excellent. I love everybody.
Oh, I wasn't.
Participant in the room. As soon as she rejoins, we will go live. We'll have some brief instructions on public comment. We're ready to go live at 7:04 according to Bill Gates. 7:04 p.m. We're going to open up to public comment. There's a timer, which is a 3-minute timer for public comment. If we have 20 people on the phone, that's an hour of public comment. If you do go over, it's just it's your neighbors and it's the community, and we would love to hear from everyone. And the only sort of advice we'd also like to share is if something's been said already, you know, it's height, it's mass, just try not to repeat your neighbor, and it would be nice to hear fresh ideas, because we've all read the packet in full a few times and read the WOMP a few times, but it's the North 40 and it's impacting your neighborhood. So we'd really love to hear from you. And that said, what will happen after public comment is we will discuss and debate the recitals, as Chris Bendon mentioned. And at the end of this, we submit 2 resolutions to the county commissioners, and that goes through 2 more meetings, a first and second reading. So Leslie's giving me a look like yes or no. It will go from here to county commissioners. There will be 2 meetings at the county commissioner level. There'll be 1 reading, sorry. Informal resolution, and it is a public hearing. So if, again, we did not catch you this evening, we will catch you at the Board of County Commissioners. And we do, again, edit and work through the resolutions, as you heard, and recitals from Chris Bendon, from the applicant, and then we do sign off on it and then forward it to the county commissioners. So Zachary Hendricks is with us as well. And has some advice in terms of raising your hand.
Yep, so Jeffrey will call on you based on raised hands. He has it in front of him. For those of you who are logged in on your computer on Zoom, there will be a hand in the bottom center of your screen that you can click on. And if you're on your phone, it's *9 will raise your hand. After you've been called on and spoken, we request that you lower your hand. So just click the button again or hit *9 again, just so it'll facilitate calling on everybody. And it looks like we already have two.
So Chris, you are our first caller. And for everyone, could you just state your first and last name if you're a resident of the North 40 or if you're just a resident of the county? Identify yourself would be wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, my name's Chris Tyler. I live at the North 40. I am one of the houses that's closest to the proposed fire station building. And let me just start by saying, I'm all for employee housing. I live in employee housing. I'm for employee housing for firemen as well. But I'd like to go back to 2006 when Darrell Grove and Stoney Davis reached out to us in a neighborly fashion for me and our neighbor, Mark Devlin, to talk about when they wanted to build a fire station out there. And we were fine with it. And he said that they were going to build, the tower 34 feet high. And, we were fine with that. And then he mentioned the open parcel saying that, yeah, down the road, we'd like to build some employee housing, maybe 4 to 5 units. That was in 2006. Down the road, here we are, 2020, and you built 17 units. It just, from what we were told and what has happened is way different. And I went to try and meet with Rick Ballantyne maybe like 3 or 4 years ago about this. And he said he would, reach out to us, let us know what was going on with them building employee housing out there. Never really got any personal message, but we did go to the outreach at the fire station and looked at the designs. And I think Chris Benden said something to us, what do you guys think? And I said something to the effect of, it makes us want to sell our house. And what he said to us was, oh, I'm sure somebody will buy your house. So to me, that's just not being very neighborly. Just guys are not being very neighborly. And the fact that I talked to Stoney Davis about it last year before the November 12th meeting, and he said the fire station, have they shown a need? And you guys rattled off the aptitude charts, but no real need per se. I mean, if you had 17 firemen living in those units right now, I would imagine that'd be too many. So anyway, I just want to go back to the conversation we had with Stoney Davis and Darrell Grove in 2006, saying that, yeah, there would be employee housing there, but it'd probably be 4 to 5 units. Now you're 4 times that, and over the height and over the density. So that's all I have to say about that.
Chris Tyler, thank you very much for your time. The next caller is the North 40 HOA.
Sorry, 1 moment, please, sorry.
So give us 1 second. I'm giving you your 5 seconds back. The North 40 HOA, you'll have 3 minutes, but you're being promoted as we speak. North 40 HOA.
Take them just a second, they'll get kicked out and come back.
So the North 40 HOA, we would love to hear from you.
You might have to unmute.
Sorry, I didn't mute that. Unmute that. I'm here though. Hello. My name is Michael Wessler. I'm the president of the North 40 Homeowners Association that is set across the street from the proposed fire department housing development. Our neighborhood has 72 homeowners who all support affordable housing for emergency service workers. But we do not support the plans that are submitted for review. The HOA board provided a set of comments for the application packet. I'll expand a little bit on those, but given the release of the P&Z memo and both resolutions before you outlining non-conformity to the WOMP and the need to permit given the state interest areas within proximity, I am glad and happy to be here and talking to you. I have 6 quick points and then an idea. The height is a big issue for us. We know that the allowable height of the WOMP is 28 feet. The tower did receive special approval for 34 feet. It's not part of residential area, so we understand that special. This design calls for 32-foot building and then a 6-foot increase for the solar panels, and that gets you up to 38 feet. So that's 10 feet above, and the math just doesn't work there, and I am a mathematician. The building is essentially 10 feet taller and even 4 feet taller than the highest existing structure. So if the fire department truly wants to be our neighbor for the long haul, their disregard of the height allowance code isn't a great place to start, in our opinion. Another thing I want to mention was the North 40 housing FAR comparison in the application packet. It is incorrect. Please know that all common areas of the North 40 that include the 83,000 square foot park are collectively owned by the North 40 homeowners. So the application incorrectly compares single family homes to their own lots instead of comparing all homes to total square footage of the neighborhood, because anything that is not built upon by homeowners and is not their, well, not their land, is part of the common area, which outside of their own lots, and that is almost 100,000 square feet, including that park. So, you know, if you recalculate, you'll find that our FAR does align with that subdivision agreement. As you know, the proposed FAR greatly exceeds the allowable per the ASPD subdivision master plan, and comparing with the North 40 and the ABC. You know, given that the garage space is not exempt per Leslie's comment, and the additional 15,000 square foot structure, that FAR of 0.97 to 1 doesn't align anywhere near the scale and the character of the North 40 plat. Another piece is the guest parking spots is much less than adequate. I believe the application is very misleading in its guest parking availability. It includes spaces that are used for fire department vehicles. It also includes spaces that are parked on Pitkin County roads that anyone, even nearby businesses, could use. The single family home, this is a separate point, a single family home that's on the upper deck of the west side of the development, and it's currently facing west. We believe it should be redesigned to face only east. It increases the community feel of that development, and it would also reduce light and noise pollution towards the park and towards existing North 40 homes. One more piece I have here is the exit out of the parking garage. We believe it should have a right turn only designation due to a blind spot coming from the south on Sageway. And then with all this in mind, our idea to fix the height issue, reduce the FAR, and provide adequate guest parking is to simply eliminate the top floor of all the residential buildings. That would drop you into code on height. You wouldn't need as much guest parking, and your FAR goes down. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate everybody who's here. Thank you.
Michael Wessler, thank you for your time. So the next person up is Lauren Mayton. Lauren Mayton, you have your hand up?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Lauren.
Okay. And I don't know that you can see me, but I just wanted to talk for a second about the zoning laws. And I just want to say that zoning laws were enacted for a real purpose, a direct purpose of protecting the health, safety, and general welfare of the community, especially as it relates to the land use. The fire department had extensive input on zoning laws. They care about zoning laws. They too have the safety and general welfare of the people at heart. But now they seek to exempt themselves from all zoning laws and regulations. The irony is thick. The lack of care for the safety of our neighborhood is sad. Housing at the expense of all else. It is a true bummer that our input, the North 40, the input of the community is meaningless. And the fire station can admittedly and knowingly do whatever they want, however they want, without any regulation or codes applicable to their project. Thank you.
Lauren, thank you for your time. The next person with their hand up is Mark. I'm not going to guess Devlin, but I could.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, if you could turn off one of your speakers, which would be the,
Might be the YouTube.
if you've got YouTube on, it would be great if you muted YouTube,
Okay.
because
Sorry
we're
about
getting feedback.
Is that better?
That's much better, sir.
Okay. I want to also say that Chris, my neighbor, said the same thing. I really was looking forward to having the fire department as a neighbor. And then when they brought their project to the table, it kind of shocked me. I was pretty concerned with the density of the project. I thought they would listen to us. And going from 18 units down to 17 units just seems like a slap in the face. I too am concerned about the 97-to-1 ratio. After reading the WAMP plan, it seems to me like there's really no regard for that whatsoever. And so I'd ask Chris to maybe give me his logic on how that works, where he's trying to abide by that, but at the same time, there's a density that's way beyond anything that is outlined in that plan.
Mark, anything further?
No, that's all I have for the moment.
Did I get your surname right? I'm sorry, I guessed.
It is correct, Devlin.
Appreciate your time. The next hand up is, I'm sorry, I can't read lowercase. Douglas Combe? Douglas Combe.
It's going to be Ducky Coombe. I'm a resident of the North 40. I am also a professional healthcare provider. I want to thank all of you who've participated in this meeting today, and I only hope that these meetings will move forward and out of the danger zone and into a cohesive and undeniable, well thought out housing development. Ideally, it needs to be incorporated into a master plan to include all the major development projects in the area around the North 40. As you know, the North 40 supports our healthcare workers, our first responders, and we've never denied opposing any of the development going on, but we would like to see the density change. We'd like to see, from my standpoint, the setback, the 30-foot setback return and get rid of the 18-foot setback. So we are in compliance with the zoning and the development protocol that we see as being not attended to very well at this time. So on that note, I'm going to give my other minutes to the next following homeowner if they're on hand.
Ducky, thank you for your feedback. So Jeff, any other hands up? Mark, you can put your hand down.
Again, if you're on a phone, if you hit *9, that will raise your hand if you are on a phone.
Hey, Lisa, where are you? Jay, where are you? Jackie, where are you?
So we have AHS laptop.
This is Lisa
AHS
Hancock.
laptop.
This is Lisa Hancock.
Lisa Hancock.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you barely.
Barely. Is this better? Do I need to do something?
So you're good.
Okay. I'm a North 40ite, and I just want to put out that this is not a NIMBYism issue. I voted for this project, fully expecting there to be housing here. I did not realize that the fire department, fire district would disregard zoning code. And I think when Rick stated that the community supported this thing with open arms. They did not know that the fire department would reject zoning code for Pickens County. I think if they did, that would have been a much tighter vote. So that's a pretty important point. Another thing that Rick mentioned was that they want to get the biggest bang for their taxpayer dollar. In my opinion, and I think many other people's opinion, a $2 million underground parking facility is not an effective use of taxpayer money. That is a complete waste of taxpayer money. To reference things that Chris Benden said, he said that the applicant listened to the community concerns, density, height, traffic, and parking. Yet the density went from 18 units to 17 units. That is not listening to our concerns. The height did not change and is still way over. The traffic and parking really were not addressed either. So the applicant addressed in the presentation and in the documents that there was community meetings. That was a check that box sort of statement, but we were not listened to. Another part of that is that in the application, they say that the neighbors asked for the garage to be underground, which I'm baffled by, because all that underground parking does is allow the above ground to be larger, which is not something that we wanted. So that's disingenuous as well. Speaking of disingenuous, Chris mentioned John McBride's motivations in offering to sell property. I thought that was really quite awful because that was not his motivation. That was a slur to him. He was trying to figure out a way that the fire department, fire district could take $2 million worth of garage money and have more property to build lower density housing. Then John Ward also spoke about the needs of the fire district outweigh the needs of the neighbors. And that's a pretty tough comment. I think, frankly, that the needs of the neighbors and the needs of the fire district can be meshed. If this project were slightly lower density, then the needs of the neighbors are met, the needs of the fire department are met. They don't have needs for 17 units. They're just building a gigantic property or gigantic project for no reason. So I'll close. I don't know how long I've been talking, but I just really want to urge the P&Z to deny this project in the strongest possible terms. Perhaps the fire district board will listen to you. They have not listened to the neighbors. We just want to see, housing there. We expect to see housing there. We want to see a project that conforms with the surrounding neighborhood and the community desire, and sticking to planning and zoning regulations would do that. Thank you.
Lisa Hancock, thank you for your comments. Next, we have Jacqueline Francis.
Hi, I'm Jackie Francis. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, thanks, Lisa. Those were great comments. I wanted to say that, so my name's Jacqueline Francis. I'm a North 40 resident, and my house is a tennis ball throw from this new project. And I want to mention that the height requirement for my house is 24 feet at the ridge line. And that was a requirement, which is an answer to one of your questions earlier about what is the height requirement for those of us at the North 40. And I want to say that I spent the last 18 months working as a principal on the volunteer airport committee. And one of our tasks was to work very, very much with the community on what would work for the community and how we could make some really important recommendations on the airport. And we reached consensus. working together with a lot of stakeholders. And it was a really rigorous, really difficult, really time-consuming project that I put a lot of work into. And this project has been the opposite of that. They have not worked with us. They showed us their plan that was 4.5 times bigger than what they originally had promised, and said, you know, take it or leave it. And then when we came back hard against it, they went from humongous project to humongous -1. And I want to point out that the staff recommendation found that the proposal was not consistent with the West Maroon Creek plan because it's too big. So we're not opposed to reasonable and cooperative planning. The problem has been that this planning has been the opposite of that. And if this project is going to be a recruiting tool, then the number of units should be only for the firefighters, period. I've heard that the fire station in town has approval to add a 4th floor over the current building. So would the 1 and 2 bedroom units be better there? Because again, I ask, why does this need to be so big if they only have 8 recruits now in their current class? So I just want to say that the WOMP says we need small scale buildings, and this is not. And this is not just about housing, it's about the right housing. So thanks for giving us your Tuesday evening tonight. And I want to reiterate what Lisa said about we need you to deny this plan, because we need to be included in the process. Thank you.
Jacqueline Francis, thank you. So I do not see any further hands. Sorry, I see 2 further hands. We have Kirk Hindenberger.
Hello, this is Kirk Hindenberger. I'm a resident of North 40. I'm also on the board. I live halfway between the fire station and CMC. And just want to see, is Jennifer causing the other hand by any chance? Hello? Hello?
Oh, it's Tim.
We have Tammy as the other remaining hand.
So so Jennifer Causing lives across from the CMC development. And both her, I think I have a bit more of a wider vision of this, a bigger vision of this, and that this is one of 4 pending or proposed development projects. We have the fire station, we have CMC, the lumberyard, and the airport, all affecting, really west of Aspen, the WAMP area. And I just want to really drive home the fact that this isn't being developed proposed in a vacuum. Us out here, there's a lot of, as a board member, I hear a lot of angst from our homeowners about just development in general and the character of our community. We all benefit from employee housing. I try not to be a hypocrite when I talk about this. I try and understand from my heart that, I would not live in the Aspen area. My family wouldn't live in the Aspen area if it weren't for employee or affordable housing. And therefore, I can't be against this, and I'm not. Personally, what I hear from our community and our homeowners is, we're for more employee housing, more affordable housing, and specifically, this is a great use of it for emergency services. But again, we're also looking at, there's a character of West Aspen, and specifically of North 40, and between this and what's being proposed and potentially changing, but over at CMC and the lumberyard and everything else, we're going from an area where we have 2-story smaller buildings to these bigger, build outs, of higher density, taller buildings that again, just potentially completely change the character. I personally, totally separate from the board, pretty much accosted the poor Stryker Brown team when they came out, months ago and showed them what's called the Essence Book. And that is a pamphlet or set of guidelines that all the homeowners here that built the North 40 homes abided by. And given, the fire station is not the North 40, we fully understand that. And actually some of the things that they've done in this design take into account some of the bigger visionary aspects of that. But they also aren't really abiding by some of the things that we've all done and again, are really, you'll see throughout our area, which is building to a certain height, building to a certain density. So I'd like to just, for the fire station representatives and for the P&Z and eventually the BOCC, I'd like to just keep the bigger picture of what we have out here and what's special about out here in mind. When you're pushing these designs and when you're looking at this and these other projects, and please think about everything in the bigger context than just this, as you're either designing and or as you're approving one of these. And quickly, because Jennifer's not going to make it, she did give me something to read. So very quickly, if I could just read through this. My comments address the broader scope of this development in the ABC. As you may know, there are many projects in the works at the ABC, most specifically CMC's proposed 170 dorm rooms, the fire station, the Aspen housing and lumberyard, and the airport redevelopment, potentially adding over 500 plus new residents to the ABC. And she has some bullet points. Land use exemptions. All these proposed ABC projects have exemptions from the Pitkin County Land Use Code. In their current proposals, these projects together could result in over 500 plus new residents. I understand that the fire station is the only project before P&Z at this time, but when and how and who will consider the overall combined impact of the ABC of all these projects? There's no master plan for this neighborhood. There's the WAMP, but not of our specific neighborhood in our specific area. The only design guidelines to protect this are the WAMP. The WAMP emphasizes that Highway 2 along the ABC is the entrance to Aspen and is visitors' first impression. Let's keep this in mind. The planning staff memo highlights how this proposal does not conform to the WAMP. Please be reminded that this is the first of 3 large projects in the pipeline for this area. Let's get it right for the first time. And next bullet, traffic. Traffic into Aspen from the ABC is already seen. Yes.
Kirk?
Yeah.
You close?
You're
at 6 minutes, and we generally don't bank time. And
okay, I guess
we would love for you to wrap.
Sure.
If you have something that we have not heard, that would be wonderful.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and submit written comments if there's anything else.
Kirk, appreciate your time, and Jennifer's note as well. So next up, we have Tammy Solons.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well yourself.
Okay, well, thanks for sticking with this. I'll be quick because a lot of things I would have said have been covered by our neighbors, and I'm glad that we have a strong showing from North 40 to show how much we care about our community. What I want to point out is that all of the 4 big projects that are proposed, the fire department housing, airport expansion, CMC, and lumberyard housing, these are all things that are meant to serve and better the community of Aspen and Pitkin County, which is why I think that P&Z should really take this into account when they're deciding whether to approve this or not. Each of these projects directly affect the area in and around of the Aspen Business Center and the Highway 82 corridor. And we ask that all of these entities, these 4 projects, follow all of the guidelines of P&Z and WAMP and anything the county would request. There's currently no real plan on how these 4 projects would affect the greater picture. In the spring of 2019, CMC came to us with this huge expansion, and we had a lot of conversations, and a lot of us, not only the North 40, but other people opposed the projects. And since then, CMC has scaled back and has gone back to the drawing board to reconsider this project and take the community's input into account. Again, all of these projects are to better serve the community. So it behooves everybody to listen to what the community is saying. Again, we went to the barbecue, and I don't think that many of the concerns we had were addressed. So we asked the fire department to do the right thing and build something smaller and more efficient so it can house its core staff, no one else. There is other employee housing that firefighters and first responders can have. So it's not like this is the only housing they can have. Besides the fact there are a lot of other properties that the fire department controls. So we would like to collaborate with you, and we would love to have the community to have a bigger say in what's going on. We'd love for you to follow all the P&Z recommendations and honor any agreements you have with Mr. McBride, and do the right thing for the community, because your community is speaking to you right now and telling you what they think. And to not take that into bigger consideration would be a disservice to the community that you're so brave to protect. On another note, after listening to the meeting, to not have a property manager on site would not work. I have lived in this neighborhood for 10 years, and every meeting that they have for the sheriff or first responders that they have at the fire department, there are emergency vehicles all over Front Way, blocking the right of way, blocking, you can't see around them, you can't make a turn. And I've called countless times to say, hey, there's an empty parking lot in the back of your building. Maybe some of your guys can park back there. But they feel it's more important for them to park up front. So if there's a certain code of conduct to be followed, they're not following it. So if you're going to have people on a property expected to act a certain way, I don't think that that would work. Because right now, every time there's an emergency meeting there are cars parked all along Front Way, and it's actually really dangerous. But that being said, we love our firefighters. You know, we want you to have housing. We would love for you to build something tasteful that considers all of the other development in the ABC and the Highway 82 corridor. Thank you so much.
Tammy, thank you for your time. So any further hands raised? I've got one more, and it might be James.
I sent you an invite.
Do we have any further hands raised? James, you look like you have your hand up. So I will give James another 30 seconds. Anyone else that is looking to provide public comment? Again, we have two recitals in front of us this evening, two resolutions in front of us this evening, which we will turn back to the commissioners to ask questions and have further debate and dialogue with regards to those two resolutions, if I do not see any further public comment. So we have one hand up. I think it is James, or Mr. Cohen, or Mrs. Cohen.
I unmuted Mr. Cohen.
So A. Cohen, you are unmuted, and James, you are unmuted.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Good evening. Is this James?
No, this is Adam Cohen, C-O-H-E-N.
Adam Cohen.
That's correct.
Adam, go ahead.
I'm a North 40 resident. Yeah, I'm a North 40 resident. I live at 67 Riverdown Drive. I'm also a volunteer firefighter. I have listened to a lot of this commentary, and I have listened to a lot of my neighbors, and I hope that I am not putting a target on my back by speaking out. I feel that this project as a whole will help grow the fire department and also grow our numbers and also grow a sustainable employment aspect to the department. And, you know, Kirk brought up a really great point as far as we all live here because we were given the opportunity to have affordable housing. And that is very difficult to find in this area. And we look at the bigger picture. We want more people to live closer to town. We want more people to live here. And this is an opportunity for the firefighters to be able to have an opportunity to live closer to their areas. And remember, these are rentals. They're not home ownership. They are rentals where people can leave, come and go if their family grows. Say they start as just a married couple, and then they grow into a married couple with one child, and they grow into two child. They can grow into a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, or 3-bedroom. It gives them the opportunity to basically stay here as long-term residents. The CMC airport projects that have been going on, they haven't given the type of I'd say the type of structure to basically make sure that the people that are going to be here are going to be respectful to our community. I am very close to the park area. I go to the park area daily with my kids when they're riding around their bikes. And as a firefighter and as a community member, I can control those. I hope to control those kind of areas if something is not right. I think that's the biggest part, is that I will take personal ownership in maintaining these areas. I have a lot of other comments. I don't want to take up too much time. I don't want to be disrespectful to other people that spoke out against this. But the biggest part is, if again, you spoke about a property manager or a person to take the responsibility, control of this, I think any of us within this community could be that person to make sure that the fire station is respectful. And again, I go on record. I will be that person if need be. I don't want to be disrespectful to our community members, to the people of the North 40. I want to maintain the community we've built here. I've been very fortunate to be able to afford a place within the North 40. Been very, very fortunate. And I'm very grateful. I don't want to ever lose that or be disrespectful to the people around me. And again, I hope that the people that are listening to this, please don't be upset because I'm speaking out, but you know how I feel. I am a firefighter. I am a North 40 resident, and we need more people in this local area to take care of our highways, to take care of our areas. All right, I hear the timer going off, so I will call it a day.
Adam Cohn, thank you for your support and for your feedback. I appreciate you calling in. James, you're the one remaining hand that we have not heard from. And we are trying to chat with you and see if you would like to comment. I'll give it another 30 seconds if there's any other public comment. Otherwise, I'm going to turn it back to staff in front of P&Z deliberations over the two resolutions. So 30 seconds more. James, you have a hand up. Again, in terms of attendees, anyone else for public comment?
James, do you have your computer audio switched on your unmute? It looks like you're unmuted on our end. It looks like you're unmuted on yours. You might have an incorrect audio input selected. Next to your mute button, there should be a little caret that'll allow you to select which option you're using.
Has Jeff Edison spoken? So Jeff Edison, you also had your hand up and you're recognized. Jeff Edison or James?
Jeff's on, but I already spoke, so I'm not concerned with speaking
Okay.
more. I support the project.
I appreciate it. James, you're our last hand up. So at this point, I am going to close public comment, but before Planning and Zoning deliberates the two resolutions we have on it, Leslie Lamont, Senior Planner, County Development, wanted to re-clarify the criteria in the WOMP and the basic permitting criteria that will reframe this conversation. I know, Joe Krobacher, we did not answer your question, so we'll also come back to Rye at some point or Cindy to answer the legal question that was tabled earlier. So those are the two things we're doing.
We are still, I'm seeing the Q&A coming in from James, who is trying to get in.
So James,
I mean, if we want to keep going until we figure out.
yeah, James, we're not going anywhere. And again, for those of you that enjoyed 3 sessions of public comment regarding the solar proposal, we want to hear from you. So we've demonstrated that we're not going anywhere more than once. So Zach, you had ways to get James online?
On the top of the Planning and Zoning webpage, there's the buttons to get into it. Below it is also a phone number. And if you call in with the phone number and then hit *9, it should also raise your hand as the phone number, and we'll be able to get you that way as well if your computer audio seems to not be working.
So, and again, for the public and for everyone that did call in, we appreciate it. I'm sure the applicant also appreciates the feedback from the neighborhood, and we do take both the resolution and the recitals that we then forward to the county commissioner seriously. This conversation does end up getting reflected in both the resolution and the recitals, so thank you. So, James, while you're dialing back in.
He says he's on the phone. What is
He
your
types
phone?
in his phone number, we can then find that.
Yeah.
So James, what's your phone number, please? For all of YouTube to have your phone number.
Well,
It doesn't show up on the
chat.
YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Send it in chat.
So if you could send your phone number in on chat, we will unmute you.
Okay, 319.
Can we just unmute everyone for giggles and have James?
Make him a panelist real quick.
James, you're being promoted. I don't know what that means, but it's Zoom speak for you got super cool status now. James, you're unmuted on the television. Do we have audio?
Shows him unmuted on his end. There's whatever device you're using is just having audio input issues. I don't know if you're muted on your phone itself or your microphone is turned off, but it's showing us as you are fully unmuted.
So James, we will take public comment from you, but at this point, I'm turning it over to Leslie Lamont, Senior Planner, again, to frame and re-clarify the criteria in the WOMP and the basic permit criteria, which are the two resolutions Planning and Zoning has in front of us.
Okay, so,
And James, you can interrupt Leslie if you get audio.
yeah, not to worry. So back to the WOMP, there's a couple things that Chris, I didn't think showed you that is out of the WOMP. And this language that I have up on the screen for you directly, wait, what happened? This language is directly out of the WOMP. So we have specific guidelines that apply to the activity nodes in the WOMP. This project is in the ABC activity node as mapped in the WOMP, and we have here design. Again, the following height limits should apply outside of the ABC subdivision and outside of the 200-foot setback of the Highway 82 right-of-way. Structures are limited to heights allowed in the underlying zone district. You have to look at what the underlying zone district is to see what that allowed height is. And that allowed height is 28 feet. We already talked about the articulated roof line. And then here, policy I-1 states, given proximity to residences and the high visibility from Highway 82, development should be designed as a collection of small-scale buildings designed to be compatible in terms of mass and height with adjacent residential structures in use. I just want to clarify, staff is not suggesting that the proposed use is inconsistent with the WOMP. Staff is not suggesting that housing, fire district housing is inconsistent with the WOMP. The WOMP policies, the WOMP has probably more transportation policies than in other policies in the WAMP. And I just want to call your attention to this first one, Section 1.2.2, Highway 82 corridor, ensure that development pays its proportional share of transportation improvements in the corridor. And then I'm trying to pull it up.
And Leslie, that's on the permit though, that's not on the, that's not on L&E, that's not on,
It's in the WAMP. That's out of the WAMP,
okay.
okay? Then I just want to point to you in my memo to you on where we start the review for the basic permit, the review criteria, basic permit application review approval criteria. Now this is regards to matters of state interest. And so what that does is they have basic criteria here. So 1, 2, and the applicant responded to those, and they provided all the information that was needed in order for us to consider that criteria. But when you look at this section of the code also has an appendix to it. And the appendix gives the reviewer and gives the decision makers and the applicant further guidance on how to use Chapter 12. So I'm pointing out number 7 here, the project will not have a significant adverse effect on land use plans. So then you can go to the appendix if you think that this review criteria is applicable to the project. So here, the appendix guides us to whether the project complies with and is consistent with applicable plans. I utilize a lot of what I did in the L&E, comparing the WAMP to the project. I pulled it right in here again, whether the project complies with and is consistent with applicable plans. Then there's another criteria in the appendix, changes to traffic patterns, road capacity, and congestion. So we have the level 2 traffic assessment. And these bullets are from GR Fielding, who reviewed this, and he says the traffic report shows the difficult traffic situations that will be exacerbated by additional traffic through the Sageway 100 Road Baltic Avenue intersection as vehicles queue. This impacts the access to and from the proposed fireplace development. And there's a few other items in here. Level of service for this Highway 82 and Baltic intersection is listed as low as D. This is further complicated by the interaction with Sageway 100 Road Baltic Avenue intersection. So I just wanted to make sure that the P&Z understood that we did utilize the code, we did utilize Appendix A to help us further review the WAMP. And then out of Appendix A, this is under criteria 8, the project will not have a significant adverse effect on the capability of local governments affected by the project to provide services or exceed the capacity of service delivery systems. Appendix A points us to existing and potential financial capability of local governments to accommodate development related to the project. Current and projected capacity of roads, schools, infrastructure, and the impact of the project upon the current and projected capacity. So I think the code does give us direction in order to review this project and to apply conditions of approval to this project, being that it is an areas of state interest, and that is your second resolution where we have those conditions of approval.
So we have James in line. We're going to try to place one piece of technology next to another piece of technology.
Yep. Can you hear me? Sorry.
So will you turn off whatever you're listening to the meeting on? Or just mute it?
Want me to turn?
Just mute whatever you're watching it on, mute it before you talk because we're getting feedback.
Okay.
Is that good?
I turned it off.
No, we're still getting feedback on you.
Okay, turn it off. How's that?
Turn you down a bit.
That's so bad.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of reverb, so we're hearing you twice and me twice.
So, James, we would love to hear from you, but it's 8 o'clock. So if we could fix the technical difficulties in the next 30 seconds, you're on.
Okay, I'm talking on my cell phone.
There we go.
So, yeah, I don't know.
James, you've got the full board and the applicant. You're on.
Thank you. Sorry. Didn't think I was that bad at my computer. Number one, you have my comments and John McBride's comments in your package. There's one correction I want to make.
James,
number one.
What's your surname?
I go by Jamie.
Jamie Knowles.
But you have me as James Knowlton.
Thank you.
Yes. And the one mistake I made is that in the application, Fire District said they have a need for 45 personnel. They already have housed 34 of them, or 34 are already housed. And that leaves 11 people that they would need to house. Yet they have come up with a project for almost 34 people. In the application, they said, yes, we can do some help the firefighters and then other first responders. But they also said if they're not available, we'll make it available to the general public. So I'm glad that there is a requirement that it will be deed restricted, and we will know that they're affordable housing. The point is that they are building a high-density residential development in a community where the development has always been at 0.36. And to Chris Bendon Adams and the Fire District, they tried to meet the WAMP and the underlining zone by even attempting to say that their FAR is comparable to what's around them, but I think that they failed. It is not 0.36. That's the whole ABC. And if that's the case, that they feel that because they don't have to comply with any of the code or the regulations of the county that have been in place for a long time to help create these communities, then they are not going to comply with the WAMP. And everything we say about what the P&Z is going to talk about is only advisory. They're going to do whatever they say. So I mainly want to point out that I would like the second resolution to be modified. I'd like it to say that you do not give them a permit to build with the conditions. I think the resolution should read they were not entitled to a permit until they come up with a project that is in character with the whole ABC North 40 WAMP master plan. And the reason I say that, and if we can't do that, I think there should be a moratorium, because what's going to happen is the fire district, and thinking that they have a right to build affordable housing, and that whatever inconvenience to the North 40 or the ABC is far outweighed by their ability to circumvent local code to build as much residential housing under the guise of affordable housing, to me is a threat to county governance. I think we should I would recommend that the county enter into try to pass a moratorium and try to figure out what is going to happen once all these developments come, piecemeal or together. Obviously, they've been talking together from what Chris Bendon says. They're going to come, and it's going to be death by 1,000 cuts. And pretty soon, that whole area is not going to be anything like the county envisioned it in its WAMP plan. It's going to be a totally different plan. And if you believe Chris in the fact that the county really doesn't have their act together, then I think it's time that the county get their act together and figure out if this is coming. All this traffic, mainly the traffic, in the intersections and how it's going to affect 82 and how it's going to affect the communities and the kids going to school, then the county better get their put their heads together. I'm sure Cindy will and Leslie are more than capable of doing that, and come up with a plan that will at least be able to allocate whatever extra money is needed to help improve the intersections. I think that it is almost arrogant to think that the fire district can just come in and decide what is better and what is more convenient. I think that is the province of the PNC and the BOCC. And so I strongly urge you to deny this permit and not sign and don't give them a permit. That's all I have to say.
Jamie Knowlton, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So this is my final request for hands. Otherwise, again, either back to anything from Chris Bendon or Cindy Hubin or Ryan Neely. Ryan Neely was going to address Joe Krobacher's question earlier, which is still on the table. So Ryan Neely, Cindy I see is visible. Ryan Neely I know likes to operate in the shadows of the legal world.
I think if you let Cindy go.
So Cindy,
prepared to go.
wonderful. Cindy Hubin, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thanks. We'll get right out of the shadows right after I'm done. But I just wanted to go back a little bit because to me, it's very important for everybody to understand the underpinnings and the integrity of the master plan and the WOMP and what we're looking at here today. Our master plan, our WOMP, was developed through a number of years with the citizens, and it was on the heels of the Aspen Area Community Plan, which was indeed an aspirational plan. But this is not an aspirational plan. The county has always acted with plans that are functional and then are implemented through looking at specifics. And we spent a lot of time on the WOMP relative to the visual importance of the WOMP. I don't know, I mean, I know that most of you unfortunately weren't here when we did it, but we worked with Design Workshop on all of the visual aspects of the WOMP, which are very important. And I would argue with Chris's opinion about the WOMP not having authority relative to what Chris feels might be pushing it into the realm of zoning. The WOMP directed the visual based on a very site-specific visual study, and therefore I think has good standing as far as its considerations for that part of the county. The uses, as Leslie said, are not being debated. It's really more of a question of mass and scale that the WOMP certainly has the authority to look at. And all of our master plans do. We, one more point about that in general is just that the traffic and the transportation that I think, you know, in talking with Rick and talking with everyone, everyone's concerned about that. We're all concerned that we have a functional road system, that we're not going to get clogged up. It's hugely important for an emergency service to be able to have a functional roadway. And for anyone to say that we don't have, as was alluded to in the presentation earlier, that we haven't given considerations to those, a master plan sets out those considerations and then you refine those a little bit more. And we have refined those, we have looked at those, we have looked in a very generalized way that in fact, a bus system in that area would be really, really important. Right now, Baltic Avenue is a dangerous avenue for children to cross, for anyone to cross really. We've done a great job with the underpass to Highway 82, but there needs to be improvements. And one of the concepts was a shuttle and the funding of that shuttle by any further development. And that was spelled out very clearly in the WOMP, as was, working on the future development and the needs of transportation in that. And so I would argue that in fact, we do have background data, reliable data, and it's really for the community good that we're looking at conditions of approval that ask for participation in solving the transportation solution. So with that, I think Rai is here and he can answer the more legal questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Rai Neely, Assistant
Jeff, I'm
Attorney.
happy to answer whatever questions you have. I mean, from what I understand. Go ahead.
There was a question earlier from Joe Krabacher. It was, I'll let him repeat rather than try to. Joe?
Yeah, this is Joe Krabacher, also known as Joe Krabacher. Yeah, my question was, as a P&Z, are we, we're not making legal determinations about the, relative priority, so to speak, or, what controls in terms of state statutes versus the WOMP and so on. So I just wanted a little clarification, if possible, from Rai Neely on what the role of a P&Z should be. Should we make this determination without regard to what the state statute is and let that play out in the legal arena, or not? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I think I understand what you're asking. I mean, what the land use code and the state statute is charging you as the P&Z with tonight is to evaluate whether the application conforms with the applicable master plan. In this case, it's the West of Maroon master plan. So that is what your charge is tonight. If the WOMP incorporates portions of the zoning plan that says, I don't know exactly what the WOMP says, but if it says, hey, your height restriction is limited to 28 feet, and you all determine that the WOMP is contrary, or the application is contrary to that mandate in the WOMP, you're free to find that, hey, based on location and extent review, this does not conform with the applicable master plan. And in accord with that, and the fire district has the authority to say, well, pursuant to the Boulder hygiene case, which was alluded to, and state law, their board can go back and make a finding that says we don't really care about that, and we're going to pursue our development and bring it to we're going to pursue it, and we're going to go ahead with the 1041 review. So that is kind of the interplay in the law. And I hope that helps a little bit. If you want to ask some more questions, I can answer them, but.
No, that answers it for me. Thank you.
So I'm going to turn it over one more time because both Fire Chief Rick Ballantyne and and Chris Bendon have been very patient, and I appreciate you listening to all the public comment as well as the clarification from Cindy, Rai, Joe Krabacher, and Leslie Lamont. So Chris and Fire Chief Rick, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I'll respond very quickly to a couple of things that we heard during the public comment, very, very briefly. We do feel that there is a need for this project. I think that's been clearly established by the fire district, by any number of studies on affordable housing here. We all feel it as neighbors and employees and employers, et cetera. So there was a comment that there's no real need or something really hasn't been established in terms of need, and we just fundamentally disagree with that comment. We do need this project. There was a couple comments on parking. We have some parking that is provided along Front Way that is designed into the project. It's public parking in response to some of the comments about lack of parking in the neighborhood. We can provide that parking. We can not provide that parking. We're not ambivalent, but we are we're willing to go kind of either way on that. We had thought we had heard that that was a request from the neighborhood. There was a comment that the guest parking was lacking, and so, you know, again, we can provide that or we cannot provide that, but that was our kind of response to that. There are from time to time, I guess, various meetings that happen up at the county dispatch office, and I think the parking, disorganized parking comment should be kind of directed to the county dispatch folks. That's not it's in the same building, but it's not a fire district function. So if you ask Rick to fix that, he would, that's who he would call. He would call county dispatch. And then lastly, there were several comments on anticipated development. And I want to make sure that we're not being held to a different standard or being treated in a different way because there are other projects in the works. In other words, we're hoping that you are not in a position to try to deny the firefighter housing as a means of stopping the CMC project or the lumberyard project or trying to influence one of those projects. So there were several comments on that, and I just wanted to make that clear. I think our view on the WOMP is, I mean, it's very much in line with where county staff is coming from, except for with 2 points. One is that despite Rye's comments, we do not feel that applying zoning limitations through a master plan, having kind of the master plan masquerade as a zoning code, is consistent with the state statute or consistent with the hygiene case. And height and floor area are obviously zoning parameters. You know, we've taken care in wanting to make this project and designing this project to be consistent and compatible with the neighborhood. So, you know, all the efforts we've done are in that vein. There was a comment about dropping the 3rd floor, and it sounds like a simple thing, but it's catastrophic to the overall program. We lose significant number of units and bedrooms, and it's really impactful to the project. The second thing I think we disagree with is that the rationale for mandating a voluntary contribution of $100,000, there is no rationale. There is no project that's been identified, that's been designed, that's been budgeted, that really anyone knows about. There's no funding mechanism. There's no approvals for that. There's no time frame. There's really nothing. If you look at GR's memo, he starts by saying that he thinks $75,000 should be the give that we provide to get an approval. And then later on in his memo, that becomes $100,000. I can't tell you what percentage that is of some overall project that doesn't exist. So I think, like the WOMP suggests, the county needs to do the work, needs to come up with what that project is, get it approved, come up with a plan, come up with a budget, come up with a funding mechanism. And lastly, that funding mechanism should not be funded through the last people to the party. I think that was the way it was, maybe not exactly the way it was phrased, but only through new development, I think, is an inequitable way to fund public projects. If the WOMP says create a special district, create an equitable funding mechanism, then that seems like a rational way to proceed. But just to kind of play musical chairs, and the last person standing when the music stops gets to pay for the whole thing is really, in my mind, a kind of inappropriate way to proceed. So those are my comments.
Excellent. Cindy, did you?
I just wanted to say that working closely with CDOT recently, in fact, that's exactly the way it's set up. The last people to the party do have to foot the bill if it's not done jointly, comprehensively, working together. And that we are trying to avoid. So.
Chris, you should, I'm sorry, Fire Chief Rick Valentine.
Yes, thanks. I just want to comment, a couple quick comments. I know it's getting late. It was said that we only, it was a slap in the face where we only cut one unit out of this project. We really cut much more than maybe just that. When we first designed this project and when we first showed it to North 40, we did get feedback. At that time, we had 18 units, not 17, but we also had a lot more in mind. We also had planned for potentially doing a daycare center there in one of the buildings, and also a multi-purpose room, which was in the front. And we got rid of those areas to cut down some density. If you look, we also got rid of an entire building in the middle of the project, which is now green space. So I think our design committee and the ones working on that did do quite a bit. We also eliminated some third floor bedrooms off the ends of both ends of the project. So it only goes to 2-story and it steps back to 3-story doing the back corner and the back edges away from the North 40 housing project quite a bit. We lost, I think it was 4 bedrooms or so off the top of both those buildings. So we really did try to take in consideration stepping it back. If you take a close look at what was originally planned, I think we try to address some of the issues.
Thank you, Fire Chief. At this point, any further commissioner comments or questions on the line? Any further questions or comments in the room? At this point, I would entertain an resolution or
Jim Vishansi. Can I?
Jim Vishansi. Yes, please.
Commissioner comments?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'll make it brief. Monty and I are the only ones still on the board who participated in the writing of the WOMP, and we had very, very strong leadership on that program from Cindy Hubin. So the three of us are the only ones still around that participated in the writing of that. To give this a little historical perspective, my recollection, and I went back on some of the notes from 2012 and 2013 that I still have from that period. A lot of these height restrictions and density restrictions were arrived at by saying, well, what's the highest thing there now? 28 feet, fire station, in at Aspen, a couple other structures. And we said, okay, let's just cap it at that and say nothing can be higher than that. And we did a similar thing with density. I've not been involved in any public project in the last 20 years where everybody didn't say, make it smaller. So this would not be unusual for the general public and the general community to want a smaller project. And I think that 3 stories is kind of not in keeping with the ABC because there's nothing there right now that is 3 stories. But at the same time, we all know we desperately need housing in this community. So I would be inclined to support, and I love the idea that there's underground parking. I know some of the neighbors don't, but the fact that we get cars out of sight, off the street, replace parking with open space, I think is a great plan. I want to point out that when we considered the Mountain Rescue building, which was a couple years after the WOMP was passed, the Mountain Rescue building did not meet the height restrictions. The building itself is higher than 28 feet, and the tower next to it is 45 feet. And yet we approved that project. And I voted against it because it did not meet those height restrictions. And yet I drive past it constantly and look at it and say, oh, that's not so bad. You know, even though I voted against it, it's not so bad and we needed it. So I think there must be a middle ground on this project that would allow them to have the density and the number of units that they need and still satisfy the neighbors. So I'm not coming to any conclusion, but that's just a little perspective from a little of my perspective since I spent a year and a half working on the WOMP.
Joe or Chelsea, any other further comment? Commissioner comment?
I'll add my 10 cents, I suppose. I appreciate Jim's perspective because it's nice to have that history. And I agree. I don't think you can satisfy everyone in the room or on the internet or in the community all at the same time. So there has to be a balance. And I can sense that the applicant is trying to strike that balance based on the need, which does seem reasonable to provide employee housing. I think that's logical. And so based on what seems logical, I'm okay with the second resolution, except I'm still unclear whether we're allowed to add, based on recitals D and E, items 1 and 2 of the resolution to require that the applicant come into conformity with the WOMP and the 2006 subdivision master plan. That said, I think that before it goes to the BOCC, there will be some more vetting. So I would encourage the fire district to continue to reach out to the neighbors to try and build that bridge and make everyone happy. I agree with the feedback from the neighborhood that there ought to be some sort of a property management or code of conduct that's not simply self-regulated by the district, if possible, to require residents to conform to a certain type of behavior, parking, courtesy, or etiquette. And my final question is whether the $100,000 is too arbitrary and capricious to tag on there. And it sounds like Cindy feels comfortable with that as being well-based as a need of providing for a certain type of transportation. So I'm also okay with that, but I do want to add something to the second resolution that, if everyone else agrees, that has something to do with property management and ongoing outreach with the neighborhood. And then otherwise, I think that everyone's trying to strike a balance. And I've heard what the neighbors have to say, and I completely understand. And so hopefully the district will continue to work with the neighborhood to try and resolve some of the unresolved issues at this time while it's going up to the BOCC. Thanks.
So Monty in the room. Thank you, Chelsea. Monty in the room had a question.
Yeah, my comment just on is kind of following Chelsea's too, that I think there's a compromise trying to go on, and I do recommend that the fire district reaches out more to the neighbors. But the North 40 is probably, my guess, is one of the highest density areas in the county. It's impacted as far as their roads and trying to park there and everything is impacted by itself a lot, I think. And the other thing about this, these are volunteers who are doing this. These aren't people who are making money off the fire district doing this. These people come in as volunteers to save, help save us, save our properties. And they really are so important to us. I think that we have to look past that. And like Jim said, we did the mountain rescue for the same reason, that we felt that in the entry to Aspen, that, showing, our community, services and what we do for our community is a good example for that. And then one last thing that I was thinking is the more firefighters we have near the airport, if there ever is another crash here, that is one of the closest responses we need. They need all the help they can get there. So, you know, I'm in favor of what we're doing here. I like the resolution of the property management part and just, you know, working together and finding a way where, you know, high density is already there. This is where we have that kind of density. But I think, again, trying to find ways to come together with this is going to be really important for everybody.
So any other further comments in the room? At this point, really what's in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission, there's two resolutions. One is an resolution. The first one is the location extent. This board can either approve or deny the resolution as written. The chair has no changes to the resolution as written. Currently, I would entertain a motion of the Planning and Zoning Board, which would be a resolution of the Planning and Zoning Commission of Pitkin County, Colorado, finding the Aspen Fire Protection District, North 40 Substation Affordable Housing Location Extent Review is not in conformance with the West of Maroon Creek Master Plan. I would entertain that motion. And again, this body can approve or deny that motion. Someone can also make a motion that says what you've heard from Chris and from Rick, Fire Chief Rick, is in compliance. So they're both on the table. Either one would require a motion. We will treat the two resolutions obviously separately, and I have Chelsea's property management and neighborhood outreach as part of the second resolution, which is the permit. And again, I think there's more language that we will discuss, but right now we're strictly focusing on the location extent review, and the language on the table and the language that's in the resolution on page 38 or page 1 of your recital is the location extent review is not in conformance with the West of Maroon Creek Master Plan.
I will so move.
So I have a motion by Jasmine. I would need a second. Silence in this case is not golden. Further discussion, there is a motion, but there's not a second.
I'll tell you why I'm holding back. I think there's no question that it is not in conformance with the WAMP. Leslie has done an excellent job of laying out all the ways that it does not meet everything set forth in the WAMP. But there are certain projects for which we make certain exceptions, and this may be that type of project. And I think there needs to be a balance of the community needs and the use of this particular site in terms of conformance.
So, and I'm going to throw this back to Rye, because this is just further discussion without a second, that we could, judging from Jim Vishansi's language, one way we could go this evening is, if we did get a second, say it's not in conformance, but still grant a permit, which would be the second recital. So that's one way this evening could go.
Yeah, for sure, Jeff. So if you guys make a determination that it does not conform with the WAMP, and therefore you're recommending denial of location and extent review, or the resolution is denying approval of location and extent review, that does not prevent you from making a recommendation on the 1041 approval. Ultimately, the fire district has the ability to overrule your determination on the location and extent review portion of the application regardless. So if you guys say, hey, we don't think it complies with the WAMP for whatever reason, you guys created the WAMP, adopted the WAMP. If you say it doesn't comply with the WAMP, that's great. And the fire district has the ability to say, well, that's all good, but we're going to move the project ahead. And then you can make your more substantive recommendations in connection with the 1041 recommendation. So there's that. You can, of course, find that it does comply with the WAMP and move it along that way. either way, I think the fire district has the ability to move it on to the BOCC review.
Well, Jeff, given what Rye just said, I think I'd be inclined to vote that it does not, it's not in conformance with the WAMP. There's no two ways around it. It's not.
But neither is the mountain rescue thing, and we approved that. So to me, I think that, what Rick and everybody, the applicant said, I think brings it into compliance with the WAMP to me. And I think I would almost make a motion to say that it does meet the WAMP for the reasons what they brought up.
But I think that Rye kind of gave us a roadmap for how we get there, Monty. We can say it's not in conformance to the WAMP, but the 1041 issue, we can say, well, this is what we would like to see in terms of modifications of the proposal. I think that's the way I was reading Rye.
Suzanne?
That's right.
Thanks, Jeffrey.
Sorry.
Am I up?
You have the floor, and we're going to mute in the rest.
Is that good? I'm not. The mountain rescue did go through a different process, and clearly there would have been reference to the WAMP, but that was as basically a nonprofit entity. It's different than a district. So it did not go through location and extent review. It was actually rezoned to public institutional and went through a public institutional master plan. So again, kind of a detail, but there is a difference in terms of the process, that it wasn't a location and extent review similar to what the fire district did.
So that helps.
So do I hear a second from Jim Vishansi we still have an existing motion on the table, but we do not have a second. Looking at Jim Vishansi, if you were the second, that the location extent review is not in conformance.
I thought, what was the first? I thought that Jasmine was saying that we were going to find it in conformance.
Jasmine shaking her head saying no, as the resolution is on page 38 or page 1 of the resolution, that the location extent review is not in conformance with the west of Maroon Creek plan. Chris would argue that it is in conformance, and he would argue that the North 40 fire station is aspirational in terms of height, that it's consistent with the tower, and that the breakup in terms of articulated roof lines was met through the site plan, not through the individual buildings. And Chris can say, I got a C- on my repeat of your arguments. Thank you.
I would say, given what Rye was telling us, that the real impact we are going to have on this project is on the next resolution. So I'm willing to second the resolution saying that it is not in conformance with the WAMP.
So we have a first, which is Jasmine, and a second, which is Jim Vishansi, which is the location extent review is not in conformance with the west of Maroon Creek master plan. Further discussion or edits, changes, modifications to the recitals on pages 38 through 41 of your packet.
Jeffrey, would you accept commentary from the applicant?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I would hope that you would not adopt this motion. Rye is correct. We can appeal the location and extent decision back to the fire district board. But I think for the theme of this meeting, how I've understood it, is that there's a majority of folks that want to see this project happen, that it go forward. I think stating that it does not meet the master plan is counter to that overall theme, and I think puts us in a unpleasant situation when we discussed the 1041 permit with the BOCC. Clear on the aspects that you've talked about, but our preference strongly is that you not adopt this current resolution, this current motion, that you follow up with a motion in support, finding it in conformance with the WAMP master plan, deleting or substantially changing item number 12, which lists the reasons that it doesn't conform, and some other language within the resolution. But that's our request. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Jeff, I'm certainly sympathetic to what Chris is saying, and I do think we all support the project, but also we have gotten mostly negative comments from the people who live in that neighborhood, and I think there needs to be some compromise and some additional work on trying to address some of the objections of the people who live in the neighborhood.
So we further comments or questions on the existing motion and resolution. I would also be willing to accept a second resolution, but we can only have one on the floor at the time. So at this point, I would entertain a vote or a straw poll, depending on how you guys want to go, which would be that the LNE does not meet the is not in conformance. And again,
Take the vote.
Jasmine.
What?
So we have a first, we have a second. This is the vote on nonconformance with the master plan as you articulated in your motion.
Oh, so you're asking me to vote?
Yes, please.
I'm voting in favor of my motion.
Okay. So Jasmine Tiger is for the first resolution. Monty Thompson?
No.
Chelsea Clark?
I vote in favor.
Joe Kraybacher?
I vote no.
Jim Vishansi?
I vote yes. Clearly conflicted, though.
I feel like
Jeff, what's your vote?
I'll go.
Your chance to break the tie.
the chair votes yes on the existing resolution of the Planning and Zoning Commission of Pitkin, Colorado, finding the Aspen Fire Protection District's North 40 Substation Affordable Housing location and extent review is not in conformance with the west of Maroon Creek plan. The motion passes by a voice vote of 4-2. The next order of business is the permit. It is on pages 41 and up. The chair has several edits to the recitals, and I think the applicant will as well. But I'll open it up to the floor first before I voice a few changes or requests to changes to the recitals of the resolution. So I will recognize myself momentarily, unless anyone in line, Joe, Chelsea, or Jim, any questions in terms of the second resolution, which is a resolution of the Planning and Zoning Commission of Pitkin County, Colorado, recommending that the Board of County Commissioners grant a permit for development in areas of state interest, construction of an affordable housing project for the Aspen Fire Protection District, North 40 Substation. So on page 3, letter G, the project, the applicant did a transportation infrastructure study, and the project will impact the transportation infrastructure and financially burden local entities tasked with improvements. The word that's inserted would be impact on G2. Question for Chris Bendon on page 4, letter H, number 3. It just, other than solar panels on the roof, there's been nothing else presented either in your presentation or the packet. And this, it doesn't, I don't know what energy efficiency recycling is. The number 3 doesn't read at all.
I agree with your comments. I'm not sure what to make of this condition,
So
or how to comply with it.
So
It's not a condition, it's just a recital.
it's a recital. So it's actually from probably your packet. We understand you're going to put solar on the roof. We understand you're going to meet code, but this just doesn't. It doesn't do anything in the. I don't know how else to technically say it. It doesn't do anything in the recitals, and it doesn't read.
It might have been my clumsy language, but you're right. We do plan on solar panels. There will be ongoing discussions with CORE, as you would expect, but nothing more to advance in this.
Okay, and I'm happy to. I mean, I love that it's in there, but I don't know what it says. It's my inarticulate 8:41 p.m. And the next one is HJ, or is it letter J? The project will not significantly degrade existing visual quality. Again, the only view plane that you showed was from State Highway 82. There's no story poles. There's nothing really to back it up. You can argue it was the model, and we'll just leave it there. I'm fine with that. We discussed the project not interfering with navigational signals or radio communications. That's fine. Chelsea Clark asked to include property management in the recitals, as well as an outreach, continuing outreach to the neighborhood.
Was that in the recitals, or was that to be a condition of approval?
A condition of approval, Chelsea, you can. Condition of approval was property management and continuing outreach to the neighborhood.
So
from Chelsea.
That as a condition of approval.
And Chris, I don't really want to debate the number with you till midnight, but that's not a reason to move on. I think Cindy talked about equitable, fair funding. We have, as a board, recently adopted, for example, drastic changes to the employee impact fee and other fees that take place at permit. So the county's used to collecting money when you build stuff. And arguably this money will be in escrow. It doesn't mean, I mean, if you want to change it to it's up to, and it.
Or some other language could be a percentage of their fair share when the county identifies the project, and it's going to be a percentage of their fair share. It could be more than 100,000.
Chris, you willing to take that bet and take the number off and do percentage of fair share? Or do you want to change the language to up to in escrow? Or do you have a third? And I'm not trying to force one on you.
Well, you know what my third is. You've heard that all night. I think, from our position, we're well used to writing big checks for various projects. So it's not the magnitude of the number, it's who it affects and the basis that it was derived under. So we're not saying that we should not be subject to the normal suite of impact fees, building permit fees, et cetera, that have been duly adopted. But I just don't see any background behind this other than the words fair and equitable and so on that keep on being bandied about. But I just don't, there's no paper there. So if my second choice is up to 100,000, then that's my choice.
Are you comfortable with that, Leslie and Suzanne? So we're modifying 11B.
I would assume
so in other words, if the project, it would still be a proportional fair share. If the project came in at 200,000, you wouldn't be 50% of it. You could be 25% of it.
I would assume in all of this discussion that this is a point that we'll be discussing with the BOCC. So, ultimately it's their cash box that they're requesting we fill.
So at this point, we're going to modify. Sorry, Rye.
Well, I guess I would just suggest, if it helps, your recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. Chapter 12 of the Land Use Code provides that financial guarantee is required to alleviate the impacts from the project. And perhaps the Planning and Zoning Commission can just recommend to the Board of County Commissioners that they consider requiring a financial guarantee to alleviate the impacts from the project. You can specify what those may be, up to $100,000, and leave it at the Board of County Commissioners to reach the correct or the most logical amount for that guarantee. And they could even institute that amount up to a certain amount, and if it doesn't end up costing $100,000 or whatever, we can work on that. So that's one potential solution. I'm not saying you guys got to go with that, but it's one way to do it.
Chris, are you comfortable with that as a way forward?
Again, I would suggest we'll likely be discussing this with the BOCC. And you know, if our 100K is 1% of something, that's a pretty big project that no one knows about. So
yeah, I think that's what I'm suggesting.
Yeah.
And again, there's an articulated list below that. Up to gives you more protection, and adding in Chapter 12, as per Chapter 12, financial guarantee to assess the impact of the project up to $100,000, I think gives you a little bit more protection.
It does.
Okay.
Is P&Z okay with that, Lynn?
Is the P&Z okay with the change to page 7 of the resolution, bullet 11, letter B?
I'm in favor of it, Jeff. I think that's a good suggestion.
Okay.
I'm in favor.
Okay. At this point, are there any other, and Chris, I will entertain if you need any, or sorry, not you, but if the applicant needs any other changes or any other questions on the recitals, I appreciate all of your time this evening, everyone who's been involved. Chris, anything on your side in terms of recitals?
Yeah, I honestly, mine is major surgery.
Maybe I didn't ask you. I'm kidding. We're here. Where are we going?
Page 2, recital D. I think this restates the resolution that you just previously passed and blurs the line between the 1041 review and the L&E review. Clearly, you did not support the L&E review, and we have a means of going forward, as inelegant as that is. But this D, section D, reasserts this and I think blurs over into basically attaching all the L&E requirements into a different review. I have the same issue with section E on the next page.
We're going to take them individually, and
okay.
Leslie's going to respond to, Leslie or Suzanne, to changes to number 11, letter D and letter E.
Well, I'll start, and staff can fill in behind me. Again, like I pointed out, section 12-40-10 basic permit application approval criteria. Number 7, in Appendix A, whether the project complies with and is consistent with applicable plans. So I think as part of an area of state interest review, that criteria gives us the ability to compare the project against applicable plans. And the applicable plan is the one. I would agree with Chris that pulling in the 2006 substation master plan is not as relevant. That was a very site-specific master plan. It wasn't the master plan as contemplated by Chapter 12 in the code. So I don't have a problem deleting E.
So I'm going to do it.
Do I have any?
So if anyone on P&Z object, otherwise we will just, because staff and the applicant agree on striking E, we will strike E.
Yes.
So, but for the P&Z, I need you to vote whether you want to strike D, and I will require an auditory vote. We have one member out of the room, but we have enough for a quorum. So, Joe, is 11D in or out?
I don't see 11D on that. I see 11A and I see 11B.
So 11D is on page 2 of the resolution, which is also page 42 of your packet. And 11D, as in David, starts, the project as designed is not consistent with the applicable master plan, the West of Maroon Creek plan. The applicant has requested it struck. Staff has requested it stay there. Planning and zoning will do a straw poll on whether to stay or go.
Okay, so you're talking about D delta under 11.
Yes,
I
please.
vote. That would be inconsistent with my prior vote to have that language in there.
So your strike.
I strike.
Well, we just voted on whether whether it's consistent with the WOMP or not, right? Wasn't that the first resolution we just voted on?
That
So
was the first resolution. The applicant believes it was already covered and does not belong in the 1041.
I would say strike the whole D, not just 4.
So it's.
I disagree that because you'd have to revise item 2 of the resolution, now therefore be it resolved. Number 2 talks about getting it into the right, doesn't it? I feel like the resolutions lead up to the zone district resolutions on page 6.
Hey, Jeff and/or Rye, could you clarify something for me? This, we've got this language that said it's not consistent with the WOMP, which we've already voted on and said it's not. But this resolution is saying, in essence, despite the fact that it's not consistent, we're recommending that we move it forward, the project.
That's
correct.
Leslie's going to follow up. Leslie's going to answer you.
This resolution gives the county the ability to compare this project to use the criteria of Chapter 12 for areas of state interest. There's a lot of criteria in that. One of them is it consistent with the applicable master plan? So finding in this resolution regarding areas of state interest, finding that it's not consistent with the applicable master plan doesn't strike the whole project down. It just gives us the ability to use our criteria to offer conditions of approval that could make the project more consistent with the review criteria and the county's goals.
And I think that's an excellent explanation. And it seems to me we've already voted on a resolution that says it's not consistent with the WOMP. So I don't know why we would take this language out.
Yeah, I agree.
So
I
Jimmy,
think E should stay in, especially with regard to the resolutions that come later at page 6. Stay in. And it would be consistent with our prior vote.
I'll wait for a minute. Go ahead.
Jasmine?
I think it should stay in.
So we've got 4 that stay in. We've got 1 who's not responded. We've got 1 strike.
I strike too.
Keep. So 11D is kept, and it was 5-1 on strike.
Excuse me, I'm really sorry. I can't stay. My back is killing me. I've got
I struck.
Oh, sorry. We had
I apologize.
2 strikes.
We had 2 strikes, Monty and Joe. The language in 11D stays. Chris?
And E goes.
E is already struck. E is eliminated. 11D, as in David, is kept, and that's 4-2.
I would request 2 other changes, and they're in the conditions on page 6. And let me give you a little bit of run up first. We will be discussing this project with the BOCC. Already we're going to be walking in with no arms. I'd like to be able to still walk in and not have to be carried in with no arms and no legs. So the opportunity to discuss the project is on the schedule that we're on, relates to item 2 and item 3 on the bottom of page 6. And the way that it's worded, both of these says prior to BOCC review, applicant shall provide revised design, blah, blah, blah. Both of them start that way. And I would ask that that the P&Z amend this language to recommend that we change the design, but not require. And the reason for doing that is that to send us into a redesign will obviously delay the project, delay the review with the BOCC. It does not give us the opportunity to discuss with the BOCC if they are okay with the project as designed. And we could easily expend $100K in design fees chasing a new design and kind of negate any kind of recovery on the $100K transportation discussion that we would achieve. So that would be, I think, my request is to detune that one and understand that you have some design changes that you'd like us to pursue, and likely in some outreach with neighborhoods or folks in the community.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. And Chris, could you repeat again what you said you would like to see it read rather than what the language is right now?
I think it would start by saying, prior to BOCC review of the application, the applicant is encouraged to provide a revised design. That gives us the choice to do that or not to do that.
I agree. And a stronger wording would be, we recommend.
Sure.
Which is it's still couched in helping verbs.
I'm fine with recommend.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys got to do that based on where you're at right now.
Okay.
I would also suggest that you include an additional condition of approval in this section that basically says that prior to moving it to the BOCC, the Fire District Board overrules the Planning and Zoning Commission's denial of the location and extent review. Otherwise, you're going to have a real problem moving it onto the BOCC.
BOCC.
Fine.
So if that makes sense.
Fine with that? It does.
I'm good with all of that.
Same.
Joe?
I'm okay with those changes, but when we get to the vote on the overall thing, it's probably not going to go that way.
Okay. Any other changes to recitals, conditions of approval? The last thing we just agreed was that Chris's language was encouraged. We stuck with recommend a change in design, and that applies to both 2 and 3 on page 6. And then the addition of number 13 as per Assistant County Attorney, which is prior to the BOCC, that the Aspen Fire Protection District Board would overrule the P&Z denial of the location extent review being not in conformance with the West of Maroon Creek master plan.
Yep.
And are we saying that they have to do that, or we're expecting them to do that?
I
They should consider.
Right.
I think they need to do that. Otherwise, they're not taking the initiative to move the application forward. So you're recommending that they come into conformance with the zone district, or I'm sorry, with the WOMP, and they have a choice to do that or not. Your recommendation is in conditions of approval 2 and 3, basically. It says, hey, you guys need to come into the height restrictions and the
Density.
area. They can choose to follow that recommendation, or they can choose to disregard that recommendation and overrule your determination on the location and extent review.
And Chris, does that get you what you want, which is an audience with the BOCC?
That gets us what we want, which is an audience with the BOCC. I would ask Rick if we have the timing in place to be able to get the L&E to the board. I'm still a little, I think I understand it, at a minimum, Rye's suggestion is kind of on a political basis, showing that we are making progress in pursuit of our own project. I'm not sure if it's a legal or a procedural obstacle if we don't, or if we're close, but I want to make sure that Rick has the opportunity to meet with his board and have a full discussion based on timing of whenever the board meets. I think we're scheduled for BOCC on July 8th. And Rye, if you could clarify whether this is a suggestion from a kind of a political and perception basis, or if it's a procedural obstacle if we haven't checked that box.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I appreciate the clarification. It's just to comply with the statute. It simply says that in order to move the application forward after a denial from the Planning Commission, the political subdivision, in this case, the fire district, their board needs to take an action, or their official, I think you guys are governed by a board, needs to basically make a decision to continue with the application in its current form without making any amendments. So if you guys take the recommendations from the Planning Commission before moving to the BOCC, you've essentially amended your application to some extent, albeit minor. In the alternative, you say, hey, we're going to pursue the project as we have represented it in the application, and that's how we're going to do it. The statutory language uses the term overruled. You know, I'm not suggesting that it's a political decision or anything. I just want to get you guys moving along in accord with the statute, if that's the way you want to go.
I think from a practical standpoint, we're going to need to review the position with the full board prior to showing up at the BOCC anyway on these points. So whether that's, you know, we can either schedule a special meeting, and that's doable for the district board. If it's not, then we may have to discuss a hopefully short continuation from the July 8th to accommodate a board meeting. But that's what I understand, Rye, is that it is a procedural obstacle that we have to address at some point.
Yeah, sure. I guess for further clarification, I think we're on the same page.
Okay.
Basically what they're saying is, hey, here's our recommendation. You guys come into compliance with the WOMP, and it's a recommendation whether you guys do that or not. And if you don't want to do that, just overrule that recommendation and move to the BOCC.
Yeah, Chris, I can comment on that. Our next board meeting is not until July the 14th, but I feel relatively confident that our board would have a special meeting sometime before that.
Okay. Then we're fine with that addition. Number 13.
Chris, any other?
I think the other comments would be a rehash of my position that you've heard.
Again, I appreciate your time and your again, the detailed presentation of you and the team. Any other further questions or comments from planning and zoning commissioners?
Motion to adjourn.
So, Joe, before that, would you like to make a motion, which would be a resolution of the Planning and Zoning Commission of Pitkin County, Colorado, recommending that the Board of County Commissioners grant a permit for development in areas of state interest, construction of an affordable housing project for the ASPEN Fire Protection District North 40 substation? I would entertain a motion that would include the following changes, which is number 11D, we did keep. Number 11E has been struck from the resolution. 11G states the project will impact the transportation corridor. H3 can be rewritten, again, by the applicant with staff, which, we applaud the solar on the roof, but they did not demonstrate any other conservation or energy efficiency techniques in this presentation. And then lastly, the wording on page 6, number 2 is recommendation for a change in design and recommendation for a change in design, both on number 2 and number 3, conditions of approval in order to conform with the West Maroon plan. And then lastly, two more. Number 11 was provide up to $100,000 in escrow. The goal here, again, the language is that the applicant building today would provide a proportional share to fund the 3 new projects outlined in the resolution. And again, it changes up to $100,000, and equitable fair share was the addition. And then the final one is number 13 is that prior to the BOCC meeting on July the 8th, the Aspen Fire Protection District Board would meet and overrule the P&Z denial of the non-conformance of the location and extent review, not in conformance with the West Maroon Creek plan, and that is number 13. So that is the motion. Those are the additions and modifications agreed upon by both staff, the applicant, and planning and zoning staff. And I see a hand up at this hour from Leslie Lamont.
We were also adding a condition of approval. The applicant shall hire a property management firm and manage the rental units and continue public outreach.
Where do you want those? Sorry.
I would just
Chelsea.
Add it.
Okay.
And then, I'm sorry, I thought your understanding of the escrow money was that the applicant per Chapter 12 shall provide a financial guarantee to alleviate cost of future transportation improvements up to $100,000.
I agree with that change. I agree with that.
Okay.
And that's what I had written in left-handed scroll at the bottom, and did not get to that. So that is the resolution, and those are the changes, again, agreed with staff, the applicant, and planning and zoning, and legal counsel. I would be willing to entertain a motion not to adjourn yet.
I would like to make a motion to approve the resolution with all of the changes, modifications, additions, just very ably outlined by Jeff.
Yeah, second.
So we're thirded, I guess. So we will take Jim Bishancy's first, and then Chelsea Clark second on the line. Any further discussion of the resolution of the Planning and Zoning Commission of Pitkin County, Colorado, recommending that the Board of County Commissioners grant a permit for development in areas of state interest, construction of an affordable housing project for the Aspen Fire Protection District North 40 substation, as agreed and amended this evening. I will go through, there are 5 people in the room, one, Monty?
Yes.
Chelsea Clark?
Yes.
Joe Kay?
I can't vote for it because of the inconsistency with the first resolution.
Jim Bishancy?
Jim votes yes.
So the motion, Jeffrey Woodruff votes yes. The motion passes 4 to 1. Jasmine Tiger has left the building. I would, at this point, I wish to thank and congratulate the staff and the applicant for all of your work. And I know Fire Chief Rick Ballantyne and your team, Captain Lassiter, and again, Dennis Murray. I realize you guys, some of you guys are pro bono like us this evening and do this on your own time. I woke up this morning, I will leave you on this, to the smell of fire in the valley, and it clearly wasn't welcome. And so I hope you guys have an amazing summer. And Chris Benden, thank you for your presentation, your persistence, and your support for the project and bringing affordable housing, to the community. So thank you all for your time and your effort. And
Jeff?
Joe, would you like to make a motion to adjourn? Sorry, Jim Vishanti.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I saw smoke and fire and smelled fire too. I don't know where that was coming from.
Wasn't us.
Thank you guys all for your time. And again, best of luck in the next stage, and appreciate all of your time and consideration. So the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.